Thank you, Rafael. Good evening, Paterson. Welcome to the City Council Chamber. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, we welcome you to the regular meeting on May 20, 2025 at 7 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Roll call for the regular meeting of May 20th, 2025. Councilwoman Cotton.
Here.
Councilwoman Davila. Present. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Here.
Councilwoman Mims.
Here and ready to serve.
Councilman Omar. Councilman Udin.
Good evening, I'm here.
Councilman Velez. Council President.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. There are 6 that are here at the moment, 3 absent. Thank you, Councilman Velez is here. So we have 7 present and 2 absent at this time. Statement of compliance. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2024-2025, May 20th, 2025, 7 o'clock p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, we got to do the prayer first. The prayer.
I'm sorry. Where is it? Where is it? Where's the prayer thing? Where is it? I don't have it.
This evening, the prayer will be rendered by Pastor Jackson Moody from.
Pastor Jason.
He's here.
He was just here.
Yes, he's here.
If it's not here, Madam Clerk, we could ask our Councilwoman at Large, Dr. Lily Simmons, to lead us with a prayer. So if it's not outside, okay. So Councilwoman Lily Simmons will do the prayer for this meeting.
He's here.
Great. Please stand.
Let us pray. God our Father, we thank you because this is the day that you have made, and so we rejoice and we are glad in it. From the rising of the sun until the going down of the same, your name is worthy to be praised. God, we thank you that on tonight that you will be in charge, that this meeting will be ran by you, that it will be orchestrated by you. We pray as we sit here and do the business of the city, God, that as we are voting on items that will benefit and move the city forward, we pray that our residents are safe. We pray for peace for our residents. We pray for safety for our residents. We pray for love for our residents. We pray for unity in our community. We pray for joy for our residents. We pray for strength and healing for our residents. For those that are sick, we pray for healing. For those that are grieving, we pray for comfort. God, we need you not just on tonight, but every day. We need you to lift us up. We need you to rise us above the ashes. And so, God, we thank you for this council meeting on tonight. Bless the mayor, the council, the administration, all our residents, and even bless our children. And for those that are testing this week, God, you know all things, and we pray that you will continue to cover this city. Cover this city with prayer, cover this city with grace, cover this city with mercy, and cover this city in love. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Now the flag salute will be conducted by Councilman Jackson. His Councilwoman at Large, Marisa Davila, can you lead us with a flag salute?
Flag of our country, salute.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing. Now let's do a moment of silence for our troop and for those that lost a loved one and for the city of Paterson. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. You may be seated. Madam Clerk, can you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Council President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2024 through 2025. Meeting date is May 20th, 2025, 7 o'clock p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2024-2025 on or about July 1st, 2024. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2024 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, La Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap Into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrica, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. And 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we start with our payment of bill, we have two presentations. Let's start with Councilman Fareed. Councilman.
Thank you, Council President. Let me sit down, right? Good evening, Paterson. First of all, let me stand right here. Can I have another mic?
Yes, sir. Testing.
All right, good evening, Paterson. I would like to welcome you here in the city of Paterson, City Hall in the city of Paterson. And again, I can see so many new faces as I'm going to read 2 pages of resolution of a high school going young man. At his age, I would not have been 2 paragraphs, I believe. So again, I would like to read the whole thing with that time frame, I believe. So this resolution is for recognizing and commending Salman Chowdhury for his exemplary academic achievement, leadership, and acceptance into multiple Ivy League universities, including Harvard, Yale, Princeton, and Columbia, and the University of Pennsylvania. I'm not speaking about a kid from Wayne or other towns. We're speaking about a child from Paterson. Before I read his whole bio, I want him to join me here so that everyone can see who I'm reading about. Let me welcome here the young man who made us all proud, Salman Chowdhury. Please join me. At the same time, I would like to call upon our 2nd Ward Councilman, Shine Khalik, also join me, please. So let me read the resolution. It said, the city of Paterson is steadfast in its commitment to acknowledging and celebrating the remarkable accomplishment of its youth, who demonstrate academic distinction, exemplary leadership, and profound dedication to both their personal growth and betterment of our communities. Salman Chowdhury, a resident of Paterson and alumnus of Paterson Public Schools, has distinguished for himself as an exceptional scholar, leader, and reflected the highest ideals of academic excellence and civic responsibility. Salman Chowdhury commenced his formal education at Paterson School number 27 and subsequently attended the Paterson Academy of Gifted and Talented from grade 2 through 8 graduating as a valedictorian. During his time there, he garnered his regional statewide for NJSLA for English Language Arts and Math as one of the rare prestigious distinction, and he was one of the 500 among 800,000 students around the state of New Jersey. So his achievement, so this gentleman started making us proud, not just now, but when he was in middle school. So again, just know where story started. Again, I want to remind you that I'm still reading his bio of a high school going student. Salman Chowdhury, a member of Paterson Growth Bangladeshi American community, was born in Dubai and relocated to Paterson in 2009 with his family in pursuit of unified and promising future, as he got it already. His journey reflects the resilience and determination of the city's diverse and hardworking residents. His mom and dad is here. I want both of them to stand, please, as well. And the part we all are waiting for, let me read this part. Salman Chowdhury currently attends PCTI STEM Academy at Passaic County Technical Vocational Schools, where he continues to distinguish himself academically, maintaining his highest academic standing while actively participating in a wide range of extracurricular activities like VEX robotics, team manager, computer-aided design, and other academies as well. I cannot read everything, just know this, you'll be bored. But let me come to the point that recently when he applied for the university as a high school seniors, he got acceptance. In unwavering pursuit of excellence, Salman Chowdhury has been accepted into several of nation's most prestigious institutions of higher learning, including Harvard University, it's hard to even pronounce, Yale University, Princeton University, Columbia University, and the University of Pennsylvania. As accomplishment of their brings, and this accomplishment brings pride to his family, his educators, and of course, all of us, the entire city of Paterson. And I don't want to read anymore, just want to add that all the acceptance are coming with 100% scholarship along with this. So the reason of this get-together is not just for Salman, but creating more Salmans out there in the city of Paterson. We have to acknowledge and highlight the children that are making us pride. Paterson has the stories that we can be proud of, but we have to bring them to the light. So again, before I hand over this mic to this extraordinary gentleman, and from Paterson, I always say this is a Paterson product, I'd like to call upon Second Ward Councilman, as he also knows his family very well.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Paterson strong, Second Ward strong. I have known him since he was a baby. I know his parents since probably 2012 or 2013. I don't even remember the date. We are so proud of you. Good luck in your future. One of the quotes I'm going to read from him in a newspaper, he basically stated, everything starts at home. Because his parents raised him to be a person who he is today. So I want to thank both parents. Ms. Chowdhury is sitting right in the front. Can you please stand up? Stand up, please. And his father, Shafiq Chowdhury. Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you, Councilman, and I would love to hear from all the council members. You will hear from them. But before that, before the group picture, I think we need to hear from this extraordinary man, and he can make tell us what's the technique he follows, or what's the special food your mom and dad offers you every day.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and good evening, honorable council members, respected city officials, and fellow residents of Paterson. Peace be upon you all. It is truly my honor and privilege to stand before you this evening, not just as an individual being recognized, but as a proud product of the great city of Paterson. I am grateful to God for granting me this opportunity and for guiding me thus far. I would also like to thank everyone here today. Your presence means everything to me. Hard work does pay off, but when I speak of hard work tonight, I'm not merely talking about my own. The truth is, my efforts are just a fraction of what brought me here. My success is rooted in the love, sacrifice, and unwavering support of so many, from family to my teachers, from my masjid to my community, from my classmates to the people of the city. I want to give my sincerest thanks to Councilman at Large Fariduddin for sponsoring the resolution that brings us together tonight, and to the entire City Council for your unanimous support. This recognition is not just encouragement, it is also a powerful motivation to keep striving, to keep giving back, and to work even harder for a brighter future. Councilman Uddin's initiative to empower youth through volunteer and internship opportunities has been a privilege for many Paterson youths. While I have not been able to be as involved in his work due to my own personal commitments, I have close connections with much of his team through other means, and they are all amazing people who speak only good things about their involvement with him. I would also like to thank Councilman Shaheen Khalik for his unwavering dedication and close connection with my family for as long as I can remember. I still remember when I was a middle school student here in School 28, and Councilman Khalik helped to put me on online newspapers multiple times due to my success in standardized assessments. His cooperation with the community is also deeply valued. And of course, I would also like to thank the mayor, who enthusiastically called my parents as soon as he heard about my college results. His enthusiasm demonstrates his passion for student success. Because the truth is, my story is not mine alone. It is a story of Paterson. It is a story of immigrant families who arrived with little but gave everything. It is a story of students who walk into our schools every day filled with hope and determination. It is a story of a city that believes in its children. When my family came to the United States in 2009, we did not know what the future would hold. We were simply seeking opportunity for education, for dignity, for hope, and we found the opportunity in Paterson. We found neighbors who became family, educators who believed in us, and a city that celebrates its diversity and embraces its youth. My parents left everything behind in pursuit of a better future for me and my siblings. At first, perhaps the dream was simply to attend college. Never did they imagine that one day their son would be accepted into an Ivy League university. However, this is the beauty of perseverance. With every step forward, new doors open. It is that spirit of resilience that drives progress, and it is what makes stories like mine possible. Although I may be heading to an Ivy League institution, I will always be a Paterson student at heart. The label Paterson product means everything to me. It represents resilience, it represents community, and it represents a responsibility to give back. To the young people of Paterson, your city sees you, your city believes in you, you are not alone in your journey. If my story can serve as even a small reminder of what is possible when fate meets opportunity, then I stand here tonight with deep gratitude and even deeper purpose. Thank you, council members, for your unwavering support of our youth. Thank you, Paterson, for raising me. May we continue to uplift one another and build a city where every young person can thrive. Peace be upon you all, and thank you.
Wonderful speech. Congratulations. Let's go to the front. All the council members, please join us. We have two commissioners in presence right here. Commissioner Corey Teague, please join us. Commissioner Rashid, please. And my team, please join us as well. I'm going to call the family. Come on. Lady can come here and other members. I'm going to call them. It's a big family coming. Mom, join us, please. Is the commission? Oh, you're here. Yeah, come. You're in the middle. That's fine. That's good, yeah. No, that's fine. That's good. Shocho, come on, yeah. Is it? The whole audience is here. I have to call them, right? Yeah, that's brother, yeah. Mom, dad. Where's sister? Janaiso. Ilhan is looking at the camera. Are you ready? Can I call the rest of the family members? Muna Youth, please join us. And rest of the friends and family, please join us. All right, everyone, come on, that's fine. Yeah, they can just sit here. Let me fit them. Here. Right here. Can you see? Wow. Salman ki hype kırıyor. Çok güzel oyuncu. Great job. Thank you so very much, everyone, for encouraging Salman Chowdhury, and this is going to create more Salman Chowdhury in our community as well. Thank you so very much, everyone. Congratulations. Rafi, you got it? Yes. Take the close shot. Got it. Yes. 3, 2, 1, Herbert. All right, great job, everyone. Thank you so very much. Thank you. I truly appreciate your time. Oh no, you want to tell about it? You think I mentioned friends? You did? Just say it?
And friends.
Let's take a single picture. Like a single picture. Alright, so Papa, meeting start. Salman.
Once again, congratulations. Let's put our hands together one more time for a great student. Paterson, proud. Congratulations. Gotta be a little. Thank you. So now we got one more presentation. Kelly Moss here. So let me wait until. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Now we have a second presentation. We have Kelly Moss with a presentation. Yes, good evening, Kelly. So you could just wait a minute. So we have a presentation from the Black Lives Matters here with us, Matura's sister, Ruby Vision, Hearts of Hannah, and Casa de la Cultura Dominicana de New Jersey is here with us. This is about item 46. Item 46, so they have a...
Item 46.
Yeah, correct. I think we all have the copy now, so council members. Yes. We're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, council members. And I'm going to read today, so I'm not all over the place, okay? So good evening, council members. I stand before you today with a vision, a bridge between crisis and stability, between homelessness and hope. The Paterson Bridge program is more than just a housing initiative. It is a lifeline for our unsheltered residents, a pathway to dignity, and a practical solution to one of Paterson's most pressing challenges. Everyday individuals in our city faces the harsh realities of homelessness, and not because they lack potential, but because they lack access to the right support at the right time. This program is designed to change that, rooted in trauma-informed care and compassionate intervention. The Paterson Bridge program connects individuals to housing, vital services, ensuring they receive not just shelter, but a real opportunity to rebuild their lives. Tonight, I invite you to stand with us to invest in change, champion stability, ensure that Paterson become a city where no one is left behind. Tonight we stand before you to discuss the Paterson Bridge program, which is a housing readiness program. This program is intended to reach the individuals that phase one, that is in the business corridor of the city of Paterson, that lives in the tent encampments along Route 19, Route 80, and along Main Street. How did we get here? We got here through an ordinance that was put out by our council president, Alex Mendez. And out of that ordinance, there were groups that work with housing that began to advocate for the housing. And as a result of advocacy for the housing, we formed the Paterson Housing Coalition. And so in this coalition, we deal with housing issues. So we've been exploring ways, meeting with different entities to discover how we can help those individuals that are living in tent encampments. One of the ways that we can help them that's living in tent encampments is ask the state of New Jersey for funding that won't take away from anything from the city of Paterson. And so what we would like to do with this proposed project is connect people that are living on the streets outside of our normal lives. We would like to ask for services to provide for them intensive housing services. What does the intensive housing services look like? The intensive housing services will involve those grassroots organizations that's already out there doing the work, that's ill-funded. This will give them an opportunity to do the work and be funded and deliver quality care, which they already do, but it will all give them an opportunity to really connect them to housing. So we are asking for money to provide housing vouchers to individuals that are street homeless, but get them ready for housing. And we will do that through robust, intensive outpatient services. We will be able to address employment issues, we'll be able to address mental health issues, we'll be able to address substance abuse issues. And one of the things that I like about this project, and I feel very good about, is that it's a collaboration through different organizations, again, that's already out there doing the work. In this project, you have Hardy Hannah Women's Center, in which we will administer the grant. We have Mature Sisters. They're already out in the community. They're already doing the work. We have Ruby Visions. They're already out in the community doing the work. We have Black Lives Matter. They're already out in the community doing the work. And please forgive me if I say it wrong. Casa, they've been teaching me all night. Casa della Cultura Dominicana. So we're looking, we need your support. My sisters and brothers, we need your support. We're not taking away anything from the city. We want to address a real live problem. Here's our chance. Here's our opportunity to do it. And we need your support. This is a call to action that asks you to join in with us, support us while we do our very best to take care of the members in our community. I know we like send them home, send them here. I've been there, I got that, I understand that part as well. But they're here now, and they have become intricate members of our community. So we just want to clean up our city. Housing is a human right. And we want to be able to do our best. At least we want to say we did our best. And here's an opportunity for the city of Paterson to stand out and do something different and something better for our people. It's a heavy load and it's a heavy lift, but we're here to do it. We're here to do the work. And I myself, I do housing for women and children. It's not a lot of women and children out there on the street. But yet, I know the job needs to be done. I'm willing to roll up my sleeves and get out here with the outreach organizations and get the job done. And one of the things that's baked into the project is that we will communicate to you, City Council, on a monthly basis, the statistics, who we helping, who we not helping. We're gonna invite everybody to the table. Not just us, we're gonna invite St. Joe's, Eva's, every organization, the police department, everybody that serves the people in the community. We're gonna invite them to the table, and we're gonna begin to dialogue, and we're gonna be able to talk about these problems in a way that it matters instead of complain about it.
Council President.
We can't do it without you.
Council President.
Councilwoman Davila.
So I want to thank you, and I want to thank all the organizations that are coming together. I, on a personal, and I know and I understand what we have before us is for a letter of support. I just wish that we would have had, as a body, would have had more information, more, conversation. I don't know anything about this. I just found out. I don't know what committee, if any, it went through, right? And the only concern that I have right now is that it's asking the state for $2 million. That's additional, right? That's not anything that has to do with our budget, right? I'm afraid that because of where we are right now and the city, the council not taking action for the introduced budget, that there could be some type of backlash, if I could say it that way. So, like I said, I'm in support. Like, I would definitely be in support of this. I think it's important. I know Rhonda has been doing for numerous years, working with the community with her shower program, in addition to other programs. I actually met Rhonda through Eva's Village, working very hard, and most of you, I know all of you, right? So I stand with you guys to work hand in hand. I understanding that community, understanding that at one point, I had family members who were unhoused and who were addicted and the whole nine, right? So, and it was through Eva's, going through those programs, that was able to help, my family members. So I get that, right? Just that when stuff comes to this council, we need to be informed more. When someone just puts something before us and it's right before a meeting and I'm trying to find out, what is it exactly, then it just puts us in a position where, why wasn't it brought to us before, right? And I'm talking as a whole, as a committee. And I know that it came to workshop, but it came to workshop without it even being on the agenda. So that's all I wanted to say. Kelly, I've worked with you for numerous years as well, even before I was an elected official. I know all of the work that you do, through Casa Dominicana and all the organizations, everyone here. And I know we have Mr. Thomas here, I know he works very closely, with Black Lives Matter, but he's an educator as well, and he's been part of our community for numerous years. Ruby Clark, everyone, Ruby's Vision, I mean, you name it, I understand. And like I said, whatever I've said here today, I say it in front of you. I don't go to say anything behind anyone's back. I'm very direct. That the only thing, where I'm feeling a little uncomfortable is going to ask for monies and the city. And so we're saying we support this, right? We, the city, we're going to support a letter of support for you to go and be able to ask for these monies. And then they go, well, City of Paterson can't get it together. They can't even have an introduced budget, not an adopted one, but an introduced one. So I just want us to be a little careful with that. Thank you so much. Thank you for all of the work that you're doing.
Councilwoman Mims, right after Councilman Velez.
So we have a lot of issues in the city, so I want to commend you because you're presenting a solution to a issue that everyone complains about in the city, whether we just dealt with a concern at Sunshine Daycare in the parks or whatever. Kelly, I want to thank you because we spoke. And the same thing that Councilwoman Davila just stated, we talked privately, correct? And I said, just present it before, because I know that you've been meeting with Council President, but if the entire council is not privy to what's going on, then when you come up before, then it will almost appear like we don't support it, and that's not the case. We can speak to the work of each one of you individually, and I know corporately you will do great work. So for me, I'm grateful that you came, you did a presentation so we can hear it. We have some documentations in front of us so that we can say, this is what it is. And I just want to put on the record, and I think, and we probably can do it tonight, but the item reads, and I just want to be clear, Corporation Council, the item says this resolution supporting the Paterson Bridge program and requesting its funding from the state. I think the wording should change. It should say this resolution is in support of, because through the state, you're going to the state legislators for funding, correct? Correct. That's what's happening. So it's not really from here. You're pushing while the state legislators are in their budget process to see if they can put this in for allocation. So the way it reads is like it will be coming from our budget, right? So I want to make sure where it reads, this council is in support of this new initiative going to our state legislators to request $1.977,000 of funding to resolve the concern in the great city of Paterson. So Corporation Council, I definitely support, but I think the resolution should read in that manner, because the way it's written, it appears that, because right now we're in our own budget process. We're asking the state for $33 million. We're in the introduction of adoption, which has not happened because it failed, as you may have watched or not. But I wanted to be clear that this is the council saying we stand, it's like a statement of need. So we're saying we support your efforts in going to our state legislators to push in their budget to add an additional $2 million for this program. So Corporation Council, if we can like reword it to state that, I wanted to be clear, because we want to show the legislators that this body supports your efforts as you're going to them so that Trenton could add an extra $2 million. So I just want to make sure that the reading reflects and that we stand, because I support your efforts. All of you know I've done it individually, so I don't want nobody to tell you privately. I hate the gossip chain and all that. MEM supports you. I spoke to Kelly and I told Kelly what to do. So for me, I just want to make sure that it reads, so when you go to the legislators, because you know we got some fighters down in Trenton. We have our Senator Benji Wimberly, we have Assemblywoman Sumter, and Assemblyman Abdelaziz. And I want to make sure that it reads so that they will get this reso to say that we would like to see you push to add for these allocations. So Corporation Council, if we can get that, you know, I would like to put it before this council to just amend that wording so that they will know that this council stands in support of the effort you're trying to do to help the issues of Paterson. I would like to see it read like that, and I'll wait through the discussion, but that will be my motion on the floor.
Sure. Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. When we talk every time about a plan, and the city demands plans, and the community demands plans, we here always tell the administration we want a plan. So I have to commend all of you for bringing a plan, a well-elaborated plan that if you close your eyes and you listen to it, it's going to work. If you close your eyes and you listen to it, it's going to work. As we all council members here for quite a bit, and those that know process in the city of Paterson, and I know you and the organization that have participated in the past through community development, requesting funds for your organization, CDBG money, et cetera, you know the process, right? So we had to be fair across the board, because a lot of people will come with plans and they're going to submit it in paper and they're going to submit it to community development to request funding, right? And I always say, ask for a lot and they will give you whatever they want, right? Because sometimes they cut a lot, right? So seeing the resolution support, and Councilman stated, I don't know if there's a bill out there in the state level that address this, and then from that bill we could request funding directly to them through organization, right? Through organization. But right now, what I'm afraid is, and this is one of the things that we see process before, that there's a big wish list, right? That we could have, and you could have, and everybody could have. But when the money comes to the city of Paterson, goes to or general funding, or goes to a particular department like human services, like the Board of Health, like economic development or community development, right? And I'm afraid that if this funding comes, you get overlooked, right? And there's a process on it. It's a process on it. If we receive funding through agencies directly to the city, there's a process of application. There's a process of RFP for any kind of program. But what I see here is, and you mentioned Rehabilitation, great organization working from grassroots, working with everybody way back, even without money, okay? Your organization, Heart of Hannah, working in this city without funding. Black Lives Matters, putting money, putting their own money and putting their own resources to serve the community. This council here, in the past, when it comes up, and Mr. B.A., you probably could go back on the tape on this, this council here have not sit back and say, you know, don't give to those organizations. Try to get identify funds in the budget to help those small organizations that we have in Paterson, like you guys.
If I may,
And it's not happening. So, and it's not happening because they're being ignored. And, you know, you can put an application, you get, and say, you request it for $100,000, they give you 25. So it's not happening, right? So,
if I may, I just
I
want to
see-
clarify for you, Councilman.
no, I'm going to wrap up for you. Could, you know, you could come back if you want to say this. Yeah, I don't want to interrupt you. So what I say is, it's a good initiative, it's a good plan. If I close my eyes and I listen to it, I went over it while you speaking on it, it's a A to Z plan. But I think it's being vetted without the proper channels. And this is what I say, right? It's a presentation only, right? And I agree in the presentation. You highlighted us of the plan that you want to bring through your organization, marrying other organizations to work with the situation that Paterson had with homeless encampment. What I think is that there's a few committees that the Paterson has, that we sit in those committees, that should be vetted through there to get more power on it and move forward and demand administration that to identify the fund. Because what about this resolution goes through, we don't get money, extra money from the state to address this, we still have to demand administration to look into funding to funds those organizations that we are here from for we could have a plan together.
If I may
Yes.
clarify for you that we are not asking the city of Paterson for funding, and what you're discussing is what we call our RFP, a request for a proposal process, and we're not going through that process. We're going through another process through our state legislators, and the oversight and the vetting will happen in that area, but in order to go that route, we have to have the support of the city council. And then if I may apologize to you all if we did not get all that information out to you so that you can do your job the way that you feel like you needed to. We do apologize. We saw an opportunity. We've been fighting. We've been advocating. The opportunity came for us, and it is time sensitive. So again, we do apologize for that. You all know our hearts. We all worked in this area all together. And we're not asking, and I want to make that clear to the residents of the city of Paterson, because our backs is up against the wall.
So in other words, and sister, in other words, what you're saying now is, hold on, I said I'm gonna wrap up. In other words, what you're saying is, there's an opportunity to put an application through your organizations to the state directly.
Yes.
And we have to support your application. And say, oh, so
There you
that
go.
have to be here. That's what
Okay.
had to be here. Everybody was selling it different. Okay, now we
Yes.
got it. Yeah.
Council President.
So I have Councilman Khalid, Councilwoman Ruby, and Councilman Jackson. Before I pass the mic to Councilman Khalid, we all remember the legislation that I put in the floor. That was not the best legislation because a lot of the organization saw that we were like criminalizing the homeless. I remember that. I was, I got all the organization came in front of the podium, criticized the legislation when I took it. And I said, listen, you might have a better plan than me. I'm not an expert, but the only thing I know is that doing nothing is not an option. Our downtown was horrible. We got homeless everywhere, urinating, living, like camping around downtown was horrible. Our community, they cannot utilize the store that we have in downtown, and it's a disaster. So I reached out and we met with Sally Thomas from Black Lives Matter, Mature Sister, Ruby Vision, House of Hannah, Kelly, and Miguel Diaz from Casa Dominicana, and I mean they got all those ideas on the floor, and I see it's a phenomenal plan. We also reach out to all the city, and they have done it in Atlantic City, and it's been very successful. So I just want to take this time to say thank you, because this is your idea, this is your expertise, this is your experience, and you guys been out doing the work without getting the resources. You've been out there for years doing the work, so nobody knows better than you the condition of the city of Paterson. Nobody better than you knows what is needed to address the homeless population in the city of Paterson. That's the reason why I say this is a phenomenal plan, and I just want to say thank you. Councilman Khalid, and right after Councilwoman Ruby and Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. This is the least we can do. But I have a question, Corporation Counsel. This money, if you get awarded, will it funnel to City of Paterson or directly the organization will receive that money?
Council President, may I?
Corporation Counsel, please.
Thank you. So thank you, Councilman Kalik, for that inquiry. The money would most likely be allocated directly to the organization by way of supplemental transitional aid or some other project. Given if the City Council deems it advisable to proceed and express support for this, the state can do a special allocation for this particular project and allocate it that way. Thank you.
Well, I'm still not clear. Will this money go through City of Paterson?
No.
He said most likely. Come on, let me ask the question. If it goes directly, which is fine, I think you guys should go to our neighboring city as well, get the same support letter from them as well. 35th District, go to Elmwood Park, Prospect Park, Heldon, North Heldon, go to their city council, get the same letter of support from them as well. I think you will make your case stronger, because that's how our 35th legislative state representative could show them that we need it in this program in 35th legislative district. That's all. Thank you.
Councilwoman Rubik, Cotton.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to say to the organizations there, Hearts of Hannah, Ruby Vision, Mature Sisters, Black Lives Matter, and the new organization that joined. This is not the first time we're doing this. You know, to get money, they need letter of support. We just did one a couple of weeks ago. It was last minute. And sometimes that's what happens. Last minute happens, and you got no choice but to put it forward. You know, I have always said that a lot of organizations get money, but they can't do the work. So they call on y'all, but they don't want to give you no money. So you know, you can't keep doing the work, and they calling on you guys all the time to go help them. They're getting funded, millions, but then they can't go out there on Governor 12 Godwin. They're not going to do it, so they need you to do it. So now, this was a bright, intelligent way of thinking. Let's go for some money. We don't know how much it's going to be. We're not, you know, hopefully, when they read it, they'll say, this is a good cause. This is what we need to, this is what we need for our community. Because you guys are boots on the ground. Everybody who get funded ain't boots on the ground. They paperwork, but they not boots on the ground. They ain't going out on the street. And so I want to commend you, and this is a letter of support, and you will come up, you know, you have your organizations, and I think that this was the best route to go because you guys can't get CBG money. You know why? Because you can't get nobody to back you. I can't, if I can get $100,000 from CBG, but I need a bank to back me with that $100,000. So I can draw off of it. And when I draw off of it, then I can give it back. But see, that's what Ras Barak is talking about. He wants these banks now to start backing these little nonprofits that really, really, really can help their community. And so I want to say I commend you for putting this together. To me, if it's not my idea, it's still a good one. Forget who did it. It's a good one. And that's how I look at stuff. Something that's good, you do it. So, and I know the work you all do because I haven't been involved with each and every one of you. But if this is what they're requiring, this is requiring because now you don't need to, well, RFP, you don't need to have nobody backing you. You don't need nobody to say, I'll back you for $50,000, I'll back you. You don't need that. With this here, and you hope that your state legislator, okay, keep pushing, like, you know, because you may not get it all, but at least it's a start. It's a start. Mm-hmm. And you know, there's organizations in the city that get plenty of money, but they still need y'all to help them. And I see it every day. They still need you to come back. They still need you guys to help them. They still need those that, you know, I done applied twice already, didn't get anything yet, but I'm gonna keep going. I ain't gonna stop, never stop. That's what I say to you, your group. Never, never, never stop, because you don't know the day gonna come that we're gonna get the right person in office to make sure you get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you very much, Council President, and I apologize to the group. Just give me a brief moment before we have to make a parliamentary clarification. Madam Clerk, can you explain to me through the charter where does it give Council President to give authority over the equipment within his chambers? Can Council President deny me the opportunity to use this microphone? Can the Council President deny me the opportunity to use my laptop? I mean, and I know you're not the current parliamentarian, so I'll refrain and refer to Corporation Counsel. Relative to parliamentary procedure, where does it stay in our charter and Robert Rules of Order where Council President has the authority over the equipment that resides in this chamber? Am I not a duly elected official that has equal opportunity to utilize every piece of equipment in this chamber or not?
Corporation Counsel.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilman Jackson, for that inquiry. Of course, as a duly elected member of this council, you have equal entitlement to the equipment as well as the items in this chamber. Generally speaking, Council President is presumed to have the authority to act on behalf of council.
Where's this? I need to be clear. Where does the statute or the law or the policy state?
So this is a derivative of Robert's rules, and if I just may finish, Councilman Jackson, then I'll answer any follow-up questions that you have. So generally speaking, according to Robert's rules, the president is presumed to be vested with the authority to act on behalf of the council. However, that's a presumption, and it is not an absolute right. And to the extent that any council member or the council itself disagrees, then it would go to a vote on any issue. So to answer your specific question, you have equal entitlement to property, microphone, chair, laptop, anything else, and no one can deny you that. And that's not a part of the power that is generally presumed to exist and reside with the council president.
Because the power that exists in the presidency gives the presidency the authority to rule over the agenda, as there are items such as presentations presented on this agenda. The council president does not have the authority to deny me the opportunity to utilize anything within this chamber. I'm a duly elected official. This microphone belongs to me when I want it to belong to me. This chair belongs to me when I want it to belong to me. Therefore, the projector and the screen belongs to me when I want to use it. So, may I ask again? I requested for the projector to be on. I did not ask for presentation time. I did not ask for Council President to grant me the privilege to speak and or to hold the designated space on the agenda. I asked for the projector to be placed on. The problem we have here is Council President does not understand the levels of authority here. He does not understand his role, and we watch him day in and day out make these critical mistakes and thinking he is the ruler and the presider over the functions of this council and over Councilman Jackson. So once again, please, while I'm trying to address the people at the podium, can I please have what I requested to be placed on the screen, placed on the screen? It's freaking ridiculous. So the reason why I asked for these items to be placed on the screen, and it was very relevant to what is being discussed. In 2020, and I think that everybody up there should pay close attention, because as you move forward, let me let the rendering of the decision prevail. I'm glad I have a highly tenured and a highly decorated council person in the back who understands the common practices of this council. Yes.
I've clarified both the council and the IT department regarding your request, and they're saying that.
Thank you. Thank you. See, the one thing about Councilman Jackson, I understand my rules, I understand the authority that I have, and I understand I'm not going to allow somebody to railroad that. You can sit here and act like you have more power than you do, but that's not going to prevail when I have the microphone. I will continuously put you in your place and let you understand exactly where you exist. It's very small, and I apologize. If you look at the top line, it says Black Americans. The next line, Asian Americans. The next line, Hispanic Americans. This is the disparity study that was issued by the state of New Jersey that was done in 2020, that was not released by this governor in 2024. If you look at the percentage, 0.043% of state revenue that was distributed to black contractors throughout the state. And this is a very lengthy document that is very relevant to what you're doing. This is why it's imperative as we move forward, because I see it totally different. I'm sorry. Thank you, brother. Can you go to the next slide, please? And the construction subcontractors, the utilization, if you look at the top line, again, under 1%. You're talking about $11 billion. $11 billion that the state distributes every single year, of which black and Hispanics and Asians, which include Bangladesh and Arab and everyone else, we get less collectively than 1% of $11 billion. One more slide, please, the last slide. If you look at the available businesses, over 12% of black businesses, 15% of Asians and Hispanics are at 5.7. I believe it's a little higher than that. But non-minorities at 38%. So my point is, as you guys are placing forward these applications, and as the city of Paterson is continuously left with the burden to take care of everybody else, I don't see it the way they see it. I don't see it as we're requesting. No, we should be demanding. We should be demanding why we're entitled to it. The money's being distributed unfairly and unequitably. So not only should this council be given full support, but how can we render support when, again, the council president doesn't understand that we function as a body? Nobody has any information. No one can give their input. Nobody can give their support. And yeah, I would do the same as the rest of them do. This is part of the reason why I'm out of uniform tonight and I'm wearing this shirt, because unless we support people who are in the state who are willing to fight for the things that we deserve, then we're going to come back again empty-handed. So I give these lessons all night. I will be giving further out to Council President as the night continues. So you have my full support. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting one tonight. Thank you.
So, Council President.
So let's.
Council President.
Sure. Let's continue with the night. So we have a motion on the floor by
the motion on the floor is to reword it to say we stand in support of the Paterson Bridge project for their support as they go to Trenton to see if they get budget allocations. Corporation Council.
Also, Corporation Council. There's.
I made a motion.
No,
Second.
Yeah, it's a second. Because there was something that was missing. I want to make sure that all the organizations like Black Lives Matter, Mature Sisters, Ruby Vision, Hearts of Hannah, and Casa de la Cultura Dominicana are plugged in the body of the resolution. We missed that part.
Just a point of clarification. That information would need to be in their application to the state. It's not so privy for us. We're just standing in support of what you're doing. Just make sure in your application that you do for the state. First of all, let me apologize that it took so long to get here, but we were not a part of your discussion. It shouldn't have took this long. This is clear cut. Just a letter in support of what you're doing, but your application to the state, if it's under one umbrella, that's fine. Just identify the other entities inside of there so you'll have it as something to cover yourselves later. But there's a motion and a second on the floor, Council President. Call to question.
There's a motion by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Velez also as well.
Call to question for vote.
And roll call for them. to amend and the name are within the body of the
Council
resolution.
President.
Councilwoman Davila.
My apologies, Council President and Councilwoman Mims. I'm in full support. Madam Clerk has to read the item into the record.
Yes.
The item was not read into the record. There was a presentation before the item was read.
Yes.
So now it needs to be called upon. Once it's moved in second, then the amendment goes through. Then-
Council President.
Sure.
Okay,
Yes.
and then we can vote on it right there.
So just a minute, Miguel. They are from Casa de la Cultura Dominicana. Wants to
So-
add a few words before we read the item into the record, Miguel.
Okay.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for listening to us. And as a Dominican, and I wanted to say thank you to Kelly and his organization, because I think that this is the first time that we have been able to penetrate all those difficult channels to get into the system. Even though we are big population in the city, we are not part of the game. We are not in the game. We are not in the system. Now I think that we are opening the door to grow together, because this community is here to stay, and we have to work together. And I want to say thank you guys for listening. And another thing that I'm going to sound naive, but I'm going to say this. I'm not here every meeting, but I watch most of the meeting. And I would like to see the cursing in this place stop. There's no reason for cursing in any way. No matter how strong your position is, don't curse. Just please listen. We have children in their houses listening to everybody. Please, sound naive, but I want to say that. And I want to say thank you again. Keep doing what you're doing. Do your best. This community has to stay together no matter what. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel.
Council President,
A brief of council, because we
yeah.
have to vote on the motion.
Yeah,
There's-
I know that we all express our support. If there's any
Let-
chance, I know, before she reads, if there's any chance, you say you're sponsored by Council President, it can be all the remaining councilmen be co-sponsored?
Co-sponsor? Yes. Let the rest of the governing body be co-sponsor.
Council
And-
President,
Councilman Jackson.
very quickly, and if I may ask the council, prior to us moving this item, I know it's required by the process of the council. Before we do, I neglected to, we had a person in our community that has lost their life, Mr. Jojo Robinson. I know we have to vote on items to be added to the agenda prior to moving on any item. So I'd ask the council if they would entertain a motion to recognize and acknowledge the life of Jojo Robinson in title, while Corporation Council can prepare the resolution down the line. So can we add that to the agenda for council support?
All right. Thank you, Councilman Jackson. We definitely going to entertain that. Absolutely. Let's read, Madam Clerk, let's read the item into the record. Let's vote on the amendment. That way we could vote on the item 46.
So,
Because
Council President, I mean, there's a motion on the floor to add an item to the agenda.
she have to read item 46.
There is no item. In order for us to add something to the agenda, it requires a unanimous vote, and it must be done prior to us taking action on any other item.
Well, we
So,
need a title.
I'm asking,
Where's the title?
celebration of the life of Jojo Robinson.
Okay.
There-
Can you read that?
Corporation Council, I need our Corporation Council advice on this matter. And if we have to do it before this, because Corporation Council, we have a motion on the floor for item 46 to make the amendment to correct the title. Councilman Jackson requests is that he wants to add another item into the agenda. So can we move on to item 46 and then right after entertain Councilman Jackson's item? Or we have to do it before item 46 being entertained? Because we have no resolution, but it's still early on the night.
Thank you, Council President, for that inquiry. So as to your initial question, when there's a motion on the floor and a second, I believe that has to be carried through and the result has to be announced. Thereafter, of course, Councilman Jackson can vote to add an item on. It has to be unanimous. However, the item must be in writing in the form of a resolution in front of the council, and that's according to statute, and I can pull that up if need be. So you can add a title but you can't vote on it because there's nothing written, no resolution before the council for it to review and vote and approve on. Of course, if you send me the bio, I'm happy to immediately turn this around and have it.
No
ready
worries,
for the
I'll
next
prepare
meeting.
it next for the next
Okay,
workshop.
so it's early in so this is the beginning of the meeting. Councilman Jackson have time to send the bio to you, and I know you could work that out before the end of the night, and we could vote it on. So we have time, Councilman Jackson, to take action on the item that you tried to bring into the agenda. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to make the amendment on item
You have to
46.
read
No,
it. You have
Council
to read
I'm sorry,
President, she
go ahead,
has
item
to,
46?
she has to call it into the record.
it as amended.
Item 46, Madam Clerk?
Item number 46 is a resolution supporting the Paterson Bridge Program and requests its funding from the state, sponsored by Council President Alex Mendez, co-sponsored by the remaining council members. City Council Resolution number 25:281.
Move.
Council President?
Second.
And I would like,
Move.
and then I'm gonna make the motion.
Okay, it's moved by Council President Mendez, Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Discussion, Corporation Council.
It's not a discussion, it's just a point of clarity. Forgive me. I just want to be clear that you're not voting on the item as written, but there's a motion pending to amend the title.
Well, I'm gonna do it over.
Yeah, she's gonna,
Okay.
but we
Now
I'm gonna do it over.
we're reading the item into the record, now we're going with the
Now I'm gonna-
motion.
Very well.
And I would like
Thank
to
you.
make a motion to amend the resolution before us to state that we stand in support of the Paterson Bridge program or initiative as they go to request funding from the state.
And I
Second.
second it.
And it's,
I second.
it's moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the motion to amend.
Roll call to amend Resolution number 46. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Omar? I'm sorry, Councilwoman Nance?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Omar?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Council President?
Yes.
The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 46 is adopted on
Roll call.
as
Roll,
amended.
now,
No, not yet,
roll
not yet,
call.
not yet, not yet,
Now we're voting
not
on the
yet.
actual item. Now we're voting. Now, Madam Clerk, item 46.
As amended.
As amended, can we, item 46 to take formal action, Madam Clerk.
Now we voting.
Go ahead.
Okay. Councilwoman Cotton, I'm sorry.
Council President, can I be, put me down for a second?
No, we're voting, so you can speak.
No, I said put me down.
It's good.
Right.
No, the entire council will be co-sponsor, adding us a co-sponsor. You will.
Asking if she could be a
That's
second
all
on
I'm
my
asking.
motion.
Like, I mean,
Oh, second on the motion?
Yes,
Madam Clerk,
thank
are you
you.
out? I didn't hear you correctly.
Second.
thank you.
Second on the motion. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Second.
You ready, Madam Clerk? Thank you, Madam Clerk. I am just so happy. I am just so happy. I am just so happy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, guys, your organization, for all the work you've done, for all the work you will be doing, and for the greatness that's going to come out of what you're doing in this city. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila?
So I as well want to thank you. I want to thank you for loving Paterson, for staying in Paterson. I know that we want change. I know that we want to see cleaner streets, and I know that we can do better. And what you guys have been doing, well, we say guys, but gals, okay, and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, okay? You've been working for years, all right? And it shows through your work how much you love the city of Paterson and its people. Good, bad, or indifferent, there are people. Even if those that come from way yonder, they land here, there are people, all right? So I want to thank you. I'm in full support, and I'm looking forward to working together. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to thank you for coming in front of the council with a plan. A lot of time we come in front of the council, just talk to talk. I want to thank Council President also picking up or talking to them about this plan as well. I think if you get the same kind of resolution of support from 35th District, from other towns, Elmwood Park, Garfield, Prospect Park, Heldon,
Yes.
North Heldon,
Yes.
it'd be much easier for our representative our Senator Benji Umberly, and Assemblyman Al Abdulaziz, and our Assemblywoman as of now, Shavonda Sumter. It will be easy for them to apply for this grant and get it approved. That's my belief. I want to thank you once again. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
And so individually, you've all done great work. Corporately, you're going to do phenomenal work. For me, it's all about making sure we were not aware of all of what the details were. But for me, I want to make sure you get your money, right? They've been giving me like coins. It's time to get some real bills, okay? So I want to make sure that when you go, they're in the middle of their budget process in the season. They're already working hard for our transitional aid. But I want to make sure you have the right documentation. I think that was some good information that came from Councilman Khalik. But I'm going to go further. Go to the county. Reach out to the Passaic County. Reach out to all of those entities, Wayne, North Helden, the mayors, all of them, and get letters of support so your package is thick when you're applying, because a lot of the concerns that are in Paterson, they come from all over the county. So it's not just Paterson. I know you are Paterson in the groups that are doing great work here, but a lot of the issues we have are not just Paterson residents, even though they say a 24 hours and becomes our concern. But make sure you reach out to all of those entities and say, this is what we're doing. Send them a copy of your plan and say, we just need a letter of support. How can we get that? Because we're looking to put the application in XYZ date, and I'm sure they will definitely do it, because they don't want to have all these concerns we have here. They don't want them in their town. So I'm sure if you start working on it, you'll get those letters immediately. With that being said, I already know, I believe you'll get the money. Even if it's more than the $2 million, because they know the issues. In your paperwork, put some statistics in there. Talk to RealFix, get some data that coincides with the work that's being done, the numbers and all that stuff to quantify the request. And I'm sure that once they look at all the information, some photos and the statistics, it will be a no-brainer. With that being said, you already know how I roll. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Omar?
This is a no-brainer. And to Shavonda, Ruby, Kelly, Sally, Miguel, and Victor, thank you guys for coming in front of us. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Newton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, homelessness is an alarming issue in the city of Paterson. And according to 2024 point in time, just in Passaic County was reported 451 individuals are going through homelessness, and out of 451, just in Paterson, we are covering 411. So this is really sad, even comparing to our neighbor towns and cities. Again, when we spoke about the homelessness, and you all know about this when we spoke, so many of the individuals and organizations show their, and I would say verbally show their support for the homelessness, and so many of the organizations and individuals disappeared right after. I'd like to commend you all, including Council President, for bringing this in action. You are not just speaking on behalf or showing your support, but you are in action to support this homelessness. I believe that if you and other organizations take this homelessness seriously, that how we can elevate this situation, I believe that we can find a proper solution. So this is your very first step we are supporting here today, and I believe that you will be successful in every single steps. I commend you for everything you do. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Sister, at the beginning of your statement, you stated that this all arises from an ordinance that was going to be put in place, and it failed from this council to move forward because it was unjust. You guys came, I'm sorry to use the word guys, organization came and expressed themselves that that ordinance was not fitted for Paterson. And Council President, I had to commend you because you put an ordinance in place that failed. But at the same time, you didn't got knocked down, got up and started working. Started working the next day. And that's what we want to send a message. We could get hit, we could get knocked down, we get up, and we bring positive ideas. That is what turning the negative to a positive idea, the negative to positive plans. I commend Council President because he didn't sit back and say, I'm going to give up. called the organization in, spoke to them, and this is the result. This resolution has power. You know what's power? I hope that the 15 municipalities remaining in the county could learn about this and they could take care of their homeless population in their city. Because soon as they know that we have this type of program here, what do you think is going to happen? They're going to say, drop it in Paterson, bring it to Paterson. They will take care of it. But I called the other municipality, other mayors, to take this example, get with their grassroots organization and create the same thing and beg the state to fund them so they could create their own program. This has room for improvement. I know there's other organizations out there that could be included. If you knock the door, they will also participate. For example, the Hispanic Multiple Purpose Center, that they have a shelter. They could work also with you guys. And you know, because we're here to grow, right? Today is $1.something million. Tomorrow could be $5 million. And we could do a lot with that money. We didn't know, and Council Mims stated in different words, we didn't know what was cooking. We didn't know what was in the pot. We don't know who was moving it. But one thing I know is coming a good menu to serve those that really need to eat, have a shelter, and move forward in life. Second chance. My vote is yes on this.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I definitely want to say thank you to our great friend, Kelly Moss from Hearts of Hannah, Sally Thomas from Black Lives Matter, mature sister Ruby Bishop, Miguel Diaz from Casa de la Cultura Dominicana. When I introduced the resolution, I got beat up really bad because I know it was a wrong legislation. But thanks to that, I have the honor and the privilege to work with great people like you. You guys you've been doing the work for many, many years without the resources that you need. Now we sit down, we have a lot of meetings here in City Hall, over the phone, by Zoom, virtual meeting, and we got it done. So I feel blessed to work with all of you. And it's all about working together. Doing nothing is not an option. If you go to downtown, our family, they cannot enjoy our downtown. Our children see how they have to see homeless people sleeping, doing everything outside. So doing nothing is not an option. So in this legislation, we definitely address this. And this is the beginning. This is the beginning of a great work, starting by this section, by cleaning this section. I believe in your leadership, and we're going to do this together. So God bless you, and my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Let's make it happen.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yes.
So let's move with payment of bill. Councilwoman Davila.
The
Thank you very much, Council President.
I'm sorry. The vote,
May I
Madam.
announce the votes? The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 46 is adopted as amended.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam.
Council President,
Sure.
Council members. Good evening to everyone here today. You have before you the City of Paterson summary of disbursements for a total of $2,703,828.32. There was no confirming checks, no payroll this week, but I do want to, there's a few payments, one of $805,536.36. Most of that payment, $552,000, is for River Street. In addition, there's also $104,000 for West Side. If you look at the grant funds for $357,969.60. In addition, there's community development grants as well, funding for $552,864.74. The total for the 260,000. The breakdown is 150,000 is for liability, and 97,000 is for workers' comp. So once again, the total of summary of disbursements is for a total of $2,703,828.32. My motion is for payment.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Davila and second by Councilman Kalik and Councilman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bill.
Roll call on the payment of bills in the amount of $2,703,828.32. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As I'm moving forward to obviously vote no again on this payment of bills, I want to say to Mr. Miguel Diaz, who I see has left the building, you know, people take a lot of criticism for the way in which they choose to present themselves when they come before this council. The first thing is it's a matter of someone's right to express themselves how they want to do so, but more so than that, it's the level of frustration that people feel when they work and reside in the city. You know, like Mr. McNeil, that just went outside, who's using a walker, comes down here to address the council, and he's denied having access to an agenda. Or the list is taken away, and he's denied an opportunity to sign the list to speak. So when individuals come down here and express themselves and their frustration and their cursing, I mean, I think we need to hold judgment until we, you know, place the appropriate amount of judgment over those in authority. It's kind of like a police officer, right? A police officer is in control of the stop. It's the way in which the stop goes. The police officer primarily has full authority over that. People think because they've been elected by the people, they can abuse the people. So as I'm getting ready to vote no, Council President, when we're done, you can answer the question of why you chose to pull the list and have denied members of the public to sign the list, one, prior to 7 o'clock, which has been always the common practice that members of the public can sign the list when they come in here, and then you had the list pulled in order so members of the public don't have access to be able to address the council. This is an open public meeting. Therefore, it has to be duly advertised and made available so the members of the public could come down here and address the council. Now, I know you're a bit heated or nervous tonight by members coming down here to address you directly, and maybe you would like to exclude certain people like Mr. Eddie Olivares and some of the other people who are coming down here who don't want to, you know, blow your French whistle. But sir, you do not have the ability, again, please know your authority. You do not have the ability to pick and choose who signs the list, when they sign the list. The public comes down here, they're entitled to access, and I'm letting you know now, before I file an ethics complaint against you, stop trying to avoid allowing the public access to public portion and then be actively involved in this meeting. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Sometimes I forget what's the item that we're discussing.
It's payment of bills.
I think we're discussing, we are on roll call on payment of bill?
Payment of bills,
Correct,
yes.
Madam Clerk? Okay,
Yes.
I just want to make sure. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
So Paterson, you've been talking about River Street and the conditions. It's not just a repaving issue, it's a sewer infrastructural concern for millions of dollars. That's what the bulk of the payment of this payment of bills is for. You've been asking for River Street to get done, and we want to pay the contractors so they can fix the roads on River Street, and that's what this bill is for. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Omar?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
I support payment of the bills. My vote is yes, Madam.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I got to support the message of Councilwoman at large regarding River Street. But I just want to remind the administration that that project is not an I project. That project is a we project. That make it happen. That we demand the administration to do it, because if not, he will shift the money to another place. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And absolutely, this is a we project. And to the administration, just let's keep in mind that we add a additional company that is going to oversee the project. I've been very excited about River Street. I don't live far away, but I travel with River Street, and I've been going there for the last couple of days to look at the sewer project and the way that they're working on the sewer line with the new technology. But I have not seen the company that we hired to oversee the project. So if you could look into that and give me a report of the company. They were there in the beginning. When we started the project, I went to River Street and I have a conversation with the person representing the company that we hired to oversee the entire project, but I haven't seen them around. I'm excited. Paterson, keep in mind the people that are voting against the construction of River Street. That's something out of the blue. And before my vote, if you go to the city council in Newark, you will see how strict they are. They have X amount of time for you to sign in. Last week, there was a lot of speakers because there was a lot of concern for the community. From 30 speakers, we went to 47 speakers. I allow everybody to speak. We'll finish the meeting at 2 a.m.
No, 2:30.
No, we finished the meeting at 2:30 a.m. and we didn't finish the agenda. So it's not that we stopping people from expressing themselves. So we leave the list at 7. We take the list by 7:30, 7:45, and we will go ahead with those speakers. And that's going to be the way to do it. In order for us to finish the agenda, it's not that we don't want the community to speak. Last week we allowed everybody to speak, and we finished at 2:30 a.m. and we couldn't finish the agenda. So let's just be mindful of that. You want to speak? The list is there at 7. By 7:30, 7:40, we get the list to do the public portion at 8 o'clock. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 against. The payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Council President.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can we do the consent
Council
agenda?
President.
Councilwoman Davila?
This would be very quick. I do not want to back and forth, but I do want to say this. Council President did not ask for the list to be removed. All right, it is through a conversation that him and I had. No one can call to be signed in and have a privilege of someone that is here on time waiting to sign their name in. And there was a situation that occurred. We spoke to the clerk and it was clarified and the list was put. So the council president did not do that, so I don't want it to seem as though he does not want the public to be heard. Anyone and everyone has the right, but we do have to maintain order. We can't continue to allow people as they're walking in to come in. Everyone knows the meeting starts at 7. You should be here prior to, so you are able to put your name on, and then once the list is called, that the president says it's time for the public portion, that's when it's removed. Normally, the norm has been that we do not add, although the council president does have that discretion, or if one of us, does ask that someone came in, we do give respect also to those, like when the senator arrives or a congressperson or an assembly, like we do give, we do make, what's the word I'm looking for? We do concede concessions, and we're able, to assist. So I just wanted to just say that. Thank you.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you. So listen, I don't have any issue with whoever removed the list. I don't have any issue with us determining a practice. I've been elected more than 10 years, and it was when the meetings was being ran properly, based on common practices of this council. There's never been a provision where people walked in. So long as the public portion is open, someone who comes in has been allowed and given the privilege to be able to address the council. That's the policy. That's what it says in our charter. That's what, now, there may be individuals here that don't want to, or feel as if they need to leave the meeting earlier, or they're not committed. I've sat here to 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning on many occasions. We address the public's concerns. It's a public meeting, and what's different in Newark, when the public comes to the podium, they answer to the public's concerns. They're not felt as if their concerns are falling on deaf ears. And furthermore, you can't come early and add people to the list because you're the council president, but yet when people come at the end, you want to be selective. We cannot have a selective process here. It's not about who. This is about addressing the public's concerns. Every member of the public deserves the right to speak. That's during the public portion. Now, if they get here after, that's a completely different thing. But we can't pick and choose. I don't care if you're a senator. I don't care if you're an assembly person. Those who are a priority are the members of the public. And that's part of the problem. We've lost sight on who we're actually here to serve. So you're going to get pushback from me anytime something like that happens. The list should be openly and readily available. One person should not be treated differently than the other. One person should not be able to say, in closing, 32 times, while the other person is shut off at 2 minutes and 98 seconds. That's not how this thing is supposed to run. But again, education is necessary. You got to educate people. They want seats, but yet don't understand the policies or the practices and how in which the seat is supposed to conduct itself. And this is when you get turmoil. So yes, people are going to come to the podium, they're going to curse, they're going to be frustrated because their concerns are not being answered. So I'll rest for now, but I will return shortly. Thank you, Council President.
Madam Clerk, can we do the consent agenda right now?
Yes, Council President. Consent agenda, all matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 8 through 42, also numbers 44 and 45.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Velez, and Councilwoman Davila. Second by Councilman Kalik. Roll
Second.
call, Madam Clerk, and Councilman Dean as well.
Okay,
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Council
on-
President.
Council President, I didn't complete the, I didn't complete it.
Okay.
Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So moved.
It was
Second.
it was moved by Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Velez, and Councilwoman Davila, and second by Councilman Kalik and Councilman Dean. Roll call, Madam
Council
Clerk.
President.
Councilwoman Mims.
So just to put it on the record once again, there are items that are sponsored by certain council individuals. As long as they are here, that item, as we're voting, remains in that stead. Thank you, Council President.
44 and 45
I
is
did.
included in the
I
consent
included,
agenda. We already did that.
1 second. On item 44, I did co-sponsor Councilwoman Davila. I gave it to Mr. Yes, he took it.
44 and 45.
It's on there. She announced it.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Correct.
Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call.
Before, which will we? Oh, she left? Okay.
Roll call.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on the consent agenda for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Consent.
She recused, I believe.
Consent.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
There's an
Councilman Jackson.
there's an item.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
And so there's some great items that were approved for individuals. If you go on our city's website under Paterson, City of Paterson, New Jersey, under the City Council page, and go to the regular agenda and pull up the packet. Under consent, there's some great items and great work that we're approving on tonight. And to Ms. Bullock, if you're watching, heartfelt condolences goes out to Mr. Charles Hunter. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
I just want to brought to attention to Councilwoman Ruby, there was an item for the Water Commission, so I don't know if she noticed that on the consent agenda, but my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So on the consent agenda also as well, so as we all know, we fixed the Larry Doby Field, which is a state-of-the-art baseball field. We have the student from Eastside High School playing baseball there, Kennedy High School. It's beautiful. And on the consent agenda, we're going out for a bid for the Little Larry Doby Field. Director, thank you for attending my request as soon as possible. That's the last park to fix all the amenities at Eastside Park. That's the last project to have a state-of-the-art Eastside Park with all the playground and everything totally renovated. So we're looking forward to see the Little Larry Doby done this year. We pray, and also Resolution 15 is a resolution of need in support of the application of Calvary Paterson Development Corporation to the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency in connection with the development of affordable housing project. Paterson is in need of affordable housing big. So item 16 is a very important item. I'm excited to see this item also on the consent agenda, Councilman, and looking forward to serve our residents in terms of affordable housing, because that's the direction that we should take. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 9.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, Council President. Councilman
I
Jackson.
apologize. I'm going to reconsider my vote. And I'm glad you reminded me. I forgot about that item. But just for a point of clarity, Council President, and again, to the public, forgive me, I guess I'm in one of the moods tonight. Yeah, I would appreciate it if the council, I'm not even going to call the council president specifically, if we could refrain from all these praises on what we're doing with parks. We got people being shot in parks. Like, I could just imagine my good friend home watching this while you're talking about all the stuff we do in the parks, and his daughter just got murdered there the other day. So, I mean, I'm getting tired of hearing all this crap, what we're doing with parks, and thank God we're spending more money on parks. And yet, you know, after I vote on this, I'm going to need to speak to Mr. B.A. I'm sorry. Did your wife? Yes, congratulations. Congratulations. Our B.A. has just recently had a new addition to the family. But Mr. B.A., I'm going to need, I sent you some requests your first night here. I still haven't received those items from you. I am expecting them. I will be holding you accountable to that. And I also need to hold the public safety director accountable. The gentleman that just recently lost his life on East 42nd Street at an illegal basement party in which our council president consistently endorses and has been taking pictures and video and honoring people who are having these parties in their basement. There is no law and order in this city. And I know you may not necessarily be aware, but East 42nd Street is definitely had what used to be considered a suburb of Paterson. And we have council people celebrating these basement parties while people leaving these parties losing their lives, and he's over here celebrating how much money we wasting on spending more parks. Have some respect for the people, Council President, if you may, please. I know you don't necessarily understand that, but people that are losing their lives while you over here celebrating how much money we're spending to upgrade some parks is extremely disrespectful. Relative to this item for the affordable housing, this council yet again has dropped the ball on what we've done with the Housing Authority by allowing this developer to continuously pocket all this money, over close to $40 million in combined developers fees, construction fees, and now acquisition costs because he's selling his own property back to him on the backs of Paterson. So before I could support any agenda that has anything that to do with affordable housing, when I have apartments in the first ward being marketed at $3,500 a month in rent, while we celebrating affordable housing that's non-existent in this city, I can't support anything like that. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, I want to reconsider my vote for a minute. Thank you. Public, I just want to bring a quick news here. In the consent agenda, there was an item, and I want to tell the Council President that I am the sponsor on number 20. A resolution authorizing the Planning Board to conduct a preliminary investigation for amendment of the 5th Ward redevelopment plan pursuant to the local redevelopment plan housing law. So I want to highlight that, you know, that School 15 and between School 15 and the Governor Towers, there is like 5 acres of land empty that's being housing homeless, squatters, garbage, dumping site. Good news, 100 unit for seniors is going to get developed there. That's why I'm putting this forward, and that's why I'm supporting it. So saying that, I want to bring the highlight. It's great news for Paterson. It's housing for seniors, and that's why I want to bring this great news to despite all the negative that comes sometimes. My vote is yes on this.
All right. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman.
You read the vote into the record, Madam Clerk?
I'm getting ready to. Okay. Roll call. The votes on the consent agenda are 8 in favor, 1 against. The consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council members, we have a few items, so before we get into the public portion, but there's an item that we have to take we need to rush this item because it has a public hearing, which is item number, give me 1 second, council members. So I got to call Harry, have to take action on this item. Item number 7, request a public hearing. It's a public work item. Madam Clerk, can we do item number 7?
Yes, Council President. Resolution authorizing the adoption of bidders' pre-qualification regulations in connection with the restoration of historic park structures at the West Side Park for Engineering Division of the Department of Public Works. Public Works item, resolution number 25:242.
So move.
So move.
It was moved by Councilman Kalik and second by Councilwoman Davila, Councilwoman Mims, and Councilman Udine. Public hearing is now open for item number 7 specifically. If you have any question
Seeing none,
about
move
item
to
number
close.
7.
No, she's just for questions. Seeing none, move to close.
See, no move to close, but West Side Park.
For
This is
question? Oh, you're here for
item number
questions?
7 on West Side Park. I'm sorry. Are you here to speak on item number 7? Yes. Okay. State your name and address.
No, but wait. Is she here to speak on the item, or you are part of the architectural? What's your role?
I'm just presenting the information to the public as part of the public hearing.
Oh, yeah, we don't, she's not here.
public
She's a part
hearing.
of the,
It's
No,
public
she's
hearing.
Just a
she's a
minute.
part of the project.
Just a minute, council
She's here if we
members.
have questions.
Director.
She's here if we have.
Okay. All right. So state your name and address for the record.
No.
She's part of the. So director, is she part of the project? Or she came to speak on the
Yes.
project.
She's a part of the project.
Can you speak close to the mic?
My name's Emily Nye. I'm with the organization New City Parks.
We know, that's what I'm saying.
And we've been partnering with
Yeah.
Westside, with the city
Right.
on the Westside
Where's
Park
the song
renovation
coming?
project.
Right.
So we're here to request approval
What?
from the council for
No.
pre-qualification process.
Council President.
Councilwoman.
So, we have the item before us. We're ready to vote. You're a part of the project. That's why I was saying it earlier. If you are a resident and you were having concerns,
Correct.
we open to public. We know that you're part of New City Parks. You've done your presentation many times.
Correct.
We're just moving so we could vote on this item. Nothing against you. You gave the presentation. We're good with you.
But we-
Fine. So we're just moving forward. Director Billy will explain it to you.
Director.
No problem. We'll wait for questions. If you guys got any questions, we'll wait for your vote.
Okay.
Thank
Move
you.
to close public portion.
Second.
Move to close by Councilman Mims and second by Councilman Kalik and Davila and Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 7.
Roll call to close the public hearing. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
So just to clarify for the public and even for this great woman from New City Parks, she's here because she has worked on the preliminaries of the project. They've come before us many times to do presentations, and even with change orders, I want to give a big congratulations to Councilman Kalik of the 2nd Ward, who has really worked with the administration for this project. I'm looking forward to the renderings coming to life. So that's why I said that we don't, not that we don't want to hear from you, because we always do. You've done many parks in the city, but that's why I made the request to close public portion, because the community is waiting for this project. My vote is yes to close public portion.
Thank you. Councilman Omar?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Council President?
Yes.
Thank you. The totals are 9 in favor, none against.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 7.
Roll call for item number 7 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
So when we talk about only 1% of our budget goes to recreation, and the need for recreational opportunities for our children, the families, and to do upgrades where our kids can have a nice, safe place with cameras, and I'm waiting for the boats to come through and all the stuff, the amenities. This is the type of work that I'm grateful that this council does, amongst others. I want to thank you, Director Billy, for working hard, the administration, I said Councilman Kalik already, and thank you for everything that you have done, and not just this park, but in other parks. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Quick, a special thanks to our DPW department that did a phenomenal job on the landscaping of the park on Breland and 20. They're early this morning, so a special thanks to our DPW work. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk, on item number 7.
Thank you, Councilman. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 7 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's go to item 47 down, Madam Clerk. Item
47?
47.
Item number 47 is a resolution honoring Reverend Frederick H. Lagarde Jr.
1 second. One point of order, Council President.
Councilwoman.
You skipped number 43.
We'll come back to 43 after.
Oh, you're going to come back to it? Okay. Just wanted to clarify.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Resolution honoring Reverend Frederick H. Lagarde Jr. for his commitment to the residents of the city of Paterson and becoming number 5487 licensed funeral home director in the state of New Jersey, sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, Councilwoman Dr. Lalisa Mims, Councilwoman Maritza Davila, and Councilman Louis Velez. City Council Resolution number 25:282.
So moved.
Move it.
It was moved by
Cotton.
Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Mim, Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Velez, and second by Councilman Ibrahim and Councilman Fariuddin. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Roll call on item number 47. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to Reverend Frederick H. Lagarde Jr. for his commitment that he has made to the residents of the city of Paterson, and also becoming number 5487, a licensed funeral home director in the state of New Jersey. Congratulations, Reverend Lagarde. Thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
So some may say, why a resolution honoring someone that completed their education or they became a licensed funeral home director? And well, let me just tell you something. I am so happy that this item is before us. Reverend Lagarde has been doing the work for many, many, many years. And it takes time and effort to go to school, to work. It is very tough to be a family man, a father. And so when I knew he was going to school, and I knew that it was tough, but he did excellent, graduated with honors, and it just gave me just so much happiness and pleasure to know that he finally completed what he started many, many years ago. And now, you know, he can truly stand firm. He's been doing the work, but you know, in the state of New Jersey, right, you can't get credit on stuff if you don't have a license. So now I'm happy to say that I'm here supporting today a recognition, formalizing him in the city of Paterson, recognizing his license number 5487, recognizing his license as a funeral home director in the state of New Jersey. We want to thank you for all the work that you do. Congratulations. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Congratulations, yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik.
Congratulations, yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims.
What do you say to someone that in families' most darkest hours when their loved one passes, and you have someone that not only services the family, but he makes sure that the loved ones are at peace no matter how hard the grief is? I've had an opportunity to see the great work that Pastor Lagarde, number 5487, has done. So many families have been very, very pleased. I've seen some of the letters and some of the cards, and I just want to say congratulations first and foremost on receiving your license 5487. But 5 is the number of grace, 4 is the number for clarity and direction, 8 is the number of new beginnings, and 7 is the number of completion. And I really believe that as you move into this new place that God has graced you for, not just because you are credentialed, but because you are graced to do it and God's anointing is on your life, that God will always bless the work of your hands and families will always be blessed to know that their loved ones were taken care of and they received quality service. Pastor Lagarde, thank you so much for all that you have done over the years, whether you worked with other entities and all the stuff you've done. Every family that I know that you have assisted has been very pleased. I love you. You deserve to be honored, not just for your license and certification. You deserve to be honored because you've done it and helped Paterson to become a better place. With that being stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Omar?
Congratulations, and yes, my vote is yes.
Councilman Udine?
Job well done, Reverend Lagarde. And again, this is another additional commitment that you have for the city of Paterson. Again, we miss you here in the council chamber. So again, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
My word goes to Reverend Frederick H. Lagarde, Jr. You have fulfilled your dreams and goals. I celebrate you. I celebrate your family. I celebrate those that believe in you. I celebrate your 5487 number. Those that understand what this job means regarding being a funeral director. As a former employee of Bergen Funeral Service, I know what involved being a director of funeral service. So it's a lot of things that comes to it. It's a lot of, it's hard. It's a hard work, but somebody had to do it. And so I celebrate him, his ministry, because it's hard to find funeral director that have a belief in the Lord, and he always stands with the Lord. So saying that, congratulations, we celebrate you and your team that make you work hard, great team that you have. So Reverend Lagarde, God bless you, and let's support local businesses when it comes up to funeral service. My vote is yes on this.
Thank you. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Congratulations to Reverend Frederick Lagarde. He's definitely history in the making in the city of Paterson. His father is one of our great icon in this community. He was the founder of a church, the school. I mean, they have done an amazing job in the history of the city. So we're celebrating with you. Congratulations. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 47 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 48.
Council President.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please frame that with the black matting? Black. I need it by Friday morning.
And Council President.
Huh?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
And then to Madam Clerk or Sophia, item number 45's matted in light blue, powder blue, for number 45.
What is the color again?
Powder blue, light blue.
Light blue, okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you, council members. Item 48, Madam Clerk.
Item number 48, resolution honoring Bishop Dr. Jose Martinez Rincon for his years of ministry and service to the community, sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez, City Council, resolution number 25:283.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Davila.
Council President, before you go to vote, please add Councilwoman Davila and Councilwoman Mims as sponsor, and whoever want to be co-sponsor could do it. He's the president of Radio Vision Christian, and you know, also put Council Mendez as sponsor too. Whoever want to be co-sponsor could do so now.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 48.
Roll call on item number 48. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to say congratulations, Councilman Velez, for honoring Bishop Joseph Martinez for all the years of service that he has to the ministry in the city of Paterson. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you. I second that motion, Councilwoman, and, Councilman Velez, well-deserved to Bishop Martinez Rincon. Radio Visión Cristiana has been around for many, many years. I remember the years when my mom would go to preach and be part of the services through Radio Visión, so it gives me great pleasure to be able, to support this resolution. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
So to Bishop Rincon, if you are watching, I'm sure if not now, you will later. I just want to say thank you. There were many opportunities that I was able to preach on your radio broadcast, and that was the first time I learned some words in Spanish, and I want to thank you for that. And I just want to say te amo. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Omar?
Congratulations, Bishop. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
My vote is yes, and congratulations, and keep on serving the community through Radio Vision Christian and everything that you do in your ministry. It's real important for the city of Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Councilman Velez, for bringing this great resolution. Bishop Jose Martinez Rincon, while he has impacted the community in a tremendous way with this Radio Visión Cristiana, may God bless his life and his family. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 48 is adopted.
Item 49, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Oh, he is, okay. Item number 49, resolution to rename Ward Street between Hamilton Street and Main Street, Reverend Dr. James A. Kuykendall Way, sponsored by Councilwoman Maritza Davila, Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, Councilwoman Dr. Lalisa Mims, and co-sponsored by Council President Alex Mendez. City Council, Resolution Number 25:284.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the ladies.
It was moved by Councilwoman Davila, Councilwoman Cotton, and Councilwoman Mims, and second by Council President Mendez.
President, can I ask to be co-sponsor on that?
Okay.
Madam Clerk, please
Councilwoman Davila.
add Councilman Velez as a co-sponsor to this
Okay.
resolution.
Great. So roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 49.
Roll call on item number 49. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to Reverend Dr. James Kuykendall, I've known him for many, many, many years. When he was on 12th Avenue, he's always been a big community person. And I just want to say this was truly an honor to have where his church is located on Ward Street, to be called Reverend Dr. James A. Kuykendall Way. Once again, congratulations, Reverend Kuykendall. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
So it gives me, again, great pleasure to be able to support such an item, to be able to sponsor it. I know that a lot of times in the community, people say, oh, here we go with another street naming, or here we go with another park. There are certain instances where it gives you just great pleasure to be able to support an item of someone who's a Patersonian, who's been part of this church, Agape Church Ministries, for 36 years. It's someone that I met many years ago. I knew of him, but I got to know him when I decided to become involved, and I was thinking at the time of running for office, and it was through him and through the pastor's workshop that I was able to meet a lot of the ministers, and so it truly gives me great pleasure. He is our chaplain in the Paterson Police Department, and he's done so many wonderful things, and I think that it is well-deserved, and as Councilwoman Mims always says, it is great to be able to give flowers while you're alive and you can smell them, and so these are your flowers, Dr. James Kuykendall. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
To some, these things may not matter, but when people are living, there's always something when people pass away and you're at a service and you're saying all these wonderful words and they can't hear anything you're saying. But to do something to celebrate someone that has blazing trails in the great city of Paterson it's good to do these things while they're alive. I just wholeheartedly believe that. Reverend Kuykendall, I'm just going to ask you one question. Do you have my jewels? My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Omar.
Congratulations, Doc. My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
Dr. Reverend James Kuykendall, you know, in the pandemic time, he went through hardship. We almost lose him in the pandemic, you know, and his wife. So, Reverend Kuykendall, you are a deep, deep friend, not only from your members of the church, for the community. I know the work you do for the community that sometimes people don't notice, but you're always there. And not only that, when he comes here on the 1st of May to also pray for the whole entire city in the day of prayers, all those ministers, even though you don't believe it, it makes some kind of effect down the road, and that's why peace had to come to Paterson. So saying that, let's give them flowers when they were alive, let's celebrate that, and that's what the family is going to see. Even when he's not alive, the family is going to enjoy his legacy on this. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Resolution number 49 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 50.
Item number 50, resolution honoring Robert Artis on retirement and 42 years of service to the City of Paterson, sponsored by Councilwoman Marissa Davila, City Council. Resolution number 25:285.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Velez.
Council President, if I
Councilwoman
may,
Davila.
and my apologies, this is, well, since we had a late night last week, this item is also sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Mims, and it's co-sponsored by Councilman Velez, Councilman Ivy. Actually, it should be the remaining, if everyone's okay, can I get the remaining council?
Correct. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that it's being sponsored by Councilwoman Davila, Councilwoman Cotton, and Councilwoman Mims, and co-sponsored by the remaining council.
Yes, Council.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 50.
Roll call on item number 50. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say congratulations to Robert Artis. I've known him for over 45 years, working for the City of Paterson. He was here when my husband was here, Eddie Cotton, working down at the Board of Health. So I want to say congratulations on your retirement. Enjoy it now and just have fun. 42 years you put in the City of Paterson. Madam Clerk, once again, congratulations, Robert. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
Mr. Artis, you are leaving Paterson. After 42 years, you are rooted in this city. Your family is rooted here. Your brother's my neighbor. But what I want to say is I commend you for all the work you've done, your dedication of 42 years. I always talk about when you work in a space for so many years, some people say, oh, that's not good, and others say that's dedication. And so I want to thank you for that. I won't read your entire reso. We will make sure to have it, matted and framed for you. But we want to congratulate you. Have fun. Enjoy the remaining years that you have of life. We do so much, and we forget that we must enjoy life. So, with that said, congratulations. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. 42 years. He looks like he's like 42 or 45 years old. He looked pretty young. I wonder what age he started working in Paterson. Congratulations, Councilman. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Well, Councilman Kalik, I'm definitely not going to ask his age because I consider myself forever 21, so I'm not going to ask him. Mr. Artis, thank you so much for all you do. I see you walk everywhere in the City of Paterson. When I'm on lunch, walking downtown, going to drop off things in some of the buildings and talking to the business owners, you're like everywhere. So I'm going to miss your tenacity and your perseverance in the great City of Paterson. I'm really going to miss it. And I know that you're not going far, and whatever your future endeavors are, reach out to me. I'll knock on a couple doors for you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Omar?
Congratulations, Mr. Artis. I'm actually surprised that he 42 years is a long time to be in this city. It's a long time. But nonetheless, all the countless contributions that he's made to the city and also in the 6th Ward, my vote is yes, and I know he's not going to be too far anyway. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Mr. Artis, for your service to the city of Paterson, and I believe this is a very well-fitting tribute for your service. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
I'm not going to say he started in the city of Paterson when he was 11 years old, but I could say that you could start at 25 and retire young. And you go ahead. But Robert Artis, you know, when you see him going back and forth from the Board of Health to the cities because there's business on, and he always think about the residents of Paterson. You know, you're going to be missing that in that section of the Board of Health that you work, and I know that you have created impact. And one of the things that he always is, you're always going to see him with a humble face. Humble face, walking up and down, doing what he's supposed to do, the city business. So congratulations. Surviving 42 years in the city of Paterson, especially in working for any administration, is not easy. It's not a piece of cake. So congratulations on your retirement. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I definitely have to check myself. He looks so young. He looks younger than me, and he's getting ready to leave. But it's such a great honor to support this resolution. Councilman Robert Artis is such a fine gentleman, always polite, always respectful. We go to the same church, Calvary Baptist Church, and when I see him on Sunday, I always enjoy having a great conversation with him at the end of the service. But I know he's not going far away. He's going to stay here with us. And I could definitely knock some door for him as well. So with that being said, congratulations, Councilman. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 50 is adopted.
Item 51, Madam Clerk.
Item number 51, resolution to award contract to Big Belly Solar LLC for the purchase, delivery, and installation of solar-powered trash compactors throughout the urban enterprise zone area, rebid number 25.10 for the Department of Economic Development. Economic Development Resolution number 25:286.
So move.
It's moved by Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Velez, and second by Councilman Fareed Udine. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 51.
Roll call on item number 51. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have voiced my concern with the director of the UEZ zone. The first solar-powered trash compactor we received, to me, did not work. I requested that they go back out and see if they can do something else with the money from UEZ. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
So, and I understand why Councilwoman Cotton feels the way that she does. I really do. I want you all to know we met in economic development. We had a meeting, and we did have a discussion. We had a discussion with the entire committee, with its director. I also had a meeting and conversation with Director Billy Rodriguez from DPW. I did say, and I'm going to say it again, this is the company we should have went with the first time around, okay? This is the company that has the most experience. This is the company that is used by the county and in other municipalities. And I understand that these monies are specific for this. So I know that we can't move the money, we can't put it in another section, we cannot. And so, you know, at the time, you know, I had some other concerns as well, but just overall, I am not of the belief that we should be sending any money back to the state. This money comes from its businesses, from the community that spends their dollars in the city of Paterson, in the urban enterprise zone districts, and so therefore I am in support of it. All right, so my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, just being honest, these solar-powered trash cans is a travesty. I'd much rather see us figure out ways to pay employees a more livable wage and have them actually do the work and have some cheaply built. In fact, when you do the comparison on the ones that was purchased versus the ones in other communities in New York or Jersey City or Montclair, there's no comparison. And I consistently walk by them and see them overflowing with garbage. They were supposed to have Wi-Fi technology, talking to people, and they ain't speaking the right language. So, what we're doing is, and it's unfortunate because now I watched certain council members place the blame on the director and place the blame on DPW as they're not doing an appropriate job. It's just poor decision making. It's poor choices. And it's the council allowing for the administration to make poor choices anyway. Like, I don't know what's going on. This mayor thinks he's just playing around with a piggy bank and, hey, we're going to do this. Every single day is a freaking ribbon cutting. Tomorrow is going to have, because I'm sure this is going to get through, he'll have a ribbon cutting. Oh, yeah, Paterson put more talking garbage cans throughout the city. Yeah, the city's still terrible. Right outside my house, I got the landlord unloads the house and right on the sidewalk, no level of accountability. I'm calling the inspectors. They're like getting overwhelmed because, we're not hiring the appropriate staff to take care of the issues. You got vacancies in the Department of Community Improvements. We can't fill those spots. And we still keep spending money on things that are just turning into trash while people are spray painting all over them. I mean, listen. From here on out, everything that this administration has done has been a failure. You can't point to one thing that the community say, you know what, I really appreciate that. Besides, wait a minute, parks. Anyway, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to thank the UEZ department, whole department, not only the director. I've been here for almost 10 years now. When I got here, there was nothing, no kind of action going on in that zone. It was, I believe, taken away. Now, the department, in a way, reignited. They're finding those grant funding money to put it back on the UEZ zone, specifically for the UEZ zone. And those money is earmarked for specific projects. We cannot use this money for do anything else. So it's tied to the project. Also, as far as I know, the UEZ department is buying 2 trucks, 2 garbage trucks or two garbage trucks to take care of the UEZ zone. Also, they are hiring, they will pay for 3 employees. The PDW will take care of them. They will pay 3 employees to take care of their zone as well. I think they're getting, I'm not saying they're perfect, but I'm saying they're getting there. This work has started in the UEZ department. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
So Councilman Kalik, actually, they got 3 garbage trucks. It's not 2, 3. So we want to give them the right credit. So I agree, Councilman Kalik. And I always preface it by saying, can we do better? Absolutely. But when we have money that can only be allocated for certain things, Billy, I see you like, what's she gonna vote? I don't know. Money that can be allocated for certain things, when we talk about the trash and all the things that are going on in the community, we have to put in place trash cans or receptacles so that people have an opportunity to put their trash in the can. Whether they do it or not is another story, but we have to put it in place. So my request is this. 1, I'm gonna vote on the item, but I would like to do a presentation to be done based on all of the ones that we've already approved. I would like to see, because I know there was some functionality concerns where it was supposed to alarm DPW that it's filled to go. So I would like to know in totality how many trash compactors have been approved, how many are fully operational, what did we have to utilize the warranty? If we did, how fast was the turnaround to get replacements? And I also want to see in place to our UEZ director, Mr. Dipto, we have some of our trash compactors that are currently in place where people have put graffiti on them. I want to know what the turnaround is as it relates to replacement for graffiti or vandalism, because there are many that I see that are in certain areas, and they have, as they say, tatted them up. So I want to make sure that we upgrade and improve those. And then before I vote, Councilman Jackson, just to let you know, I got the bio for Mr. Robinson, so I've sent it to Corporation Council so it can be added to the agenda on tonight. Madam Clerk, for this item, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Omar?
I'm going to piggyback off what Councilman Davila said. I don't think we should give any kind of money back to the state. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Newton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So let me take you back when first this project was introduced here in the council chamber, and I was strongly against this project. When I believe that was about 90 trash cans and initially was purchased, and I stated that we don't think that we are ready to purchase the solar powered trash can, which is, I understand, we send message to the department that the trash can is full, we can go and collect them. That was my first, initially I voted against, and I was standing strongly against it. When in the second phase, we are talking about another 55 solar trash can. After the first meeting with the Economic Development Department, I was not fully satisfied. I have called another meeting in the Department of Public Works to hear from the Department of Public Works about the effectiveness of those trash cans. As we spoke about, it was, first of all, this 264 and some changes dollars that allocated we cannot use for anything else. It has to be for solar power trash cans. So number one. The second one was discussed that as Deputy Director emphasized that it saves a lot of time for the employees since it signals the specific location. We don't have to go to check every single trash cans to confirm whether they are full or not. So that's saving some time for the employees as well, which is great. But when we discussed, I also presented some pictures in the committee meeting that there are trash cans that are graffiti on it. The day we had discussed the day before that was Saturday morning, 2 days ago, 2 days before the committee meeting, I took a picture where one of the street vendors posted. Street vendors were tying the table with the trash can, solar power trash can, and were using it, which I spoke to the department chairs, both department chairs, UZ and the Public Works, that we have to make sure that we have to create a partnership with the business owners. Since the vandalism is not covered by the vendors, they are not going to provide services to the vandalized trash cans. And as they reported in the last meeting that only 2 out of 90 were vandalized, and they were not covered by the vendors. And it seems very small, but for the future, we have to create a clear partnership. Since it's a EUZ zone, we have to make sure that if the business owners really think this is something great for them, we have to make sure that we have access to their cameras to make sure that if anyone vandalized or misused them, we can bring him to the accountability as well. So this is my hope, this is what I discussed, and this is what I emphasize one more time to both of the directors. And I want you to know that initially I was not in favor, but again, after the multiple discussion, I believe that we need to move forward since this is totally allocated for this particular project. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Castle.
So 2 years ago, people were criticizing the DPW because they didn't clean the planters. You remember those planters in downtown? That was the garbage receptacle that we used to have. People was, oh, DPW, oh, DPW, oh, DPW. They still complain with DPW. But let me tell you something. I see DPW on Market Street from Straight Street all the way down Madison Avenue, up to Madison Avenue, picking up about probably twice a week. Those new bins that we have, the recyclable we have, the new ones, the small belly ones, I call it the small belly ones. They're real demanding. People are using it. And now these are bigger. Now, one of the things I want to see in the future is that if we demand our residents to recycle, okay, and be able to get bins that people could put bottles and plastic and then separate it with garbage, right? That could come down the road. Always there's room for improvement, always. Way back, I brought to DPW committee as a chairman, I brought the, I didn't went too far that you went to New York City, downtown, whatever. You know, I went down to Hoboken and I saw the 3 bins of garbage there. I say, I want to see this in Paterson. Right? So now we have a start. We started with the small ones and the demanding is growing. So we have a one that is bigger. Even that I don't see no street from the 5th Ward because this have to go in the UEZ area, ladies and gentlemen. This is not to put it in front of Mendez House or front of Marissa House or nobody house. This is have to go into UEZ zone. If you're not familiar with UEZ zone, we could give him a map, right? And tell him this is the UEZ zone and this is where you're going to see it established. Now, a message. It goes both ways. Residents of Paterson, it's not for your personal garbage from home. Residents of Paterson, restaurant owners, this is not for your restaurant use. This is not to put your bag of garbage next to the bins and say because DPW is going to pick up. You had to wait for your garbage collection day. It goes both ways. And we're talking about education. Today the word of education has been mentioned a lot. We not educate, but we know how to govern. We not educate, but we know how to follow the good lead. And this is a good lead. So Dildo, congratulations to you, your team. Let's pray that whoever's be governor put more $1 million in UEZ and bring it to Paterson. Let's pray for that. Why not pray for positive things? We always have to praise the negative, the negative, the negative. And the residents of Paterson, 170,000 people that live in Paterson, want to listen to positive things. And positive things are in Paterson. The thing is, some people have blind. They are blind. They don't want to see the positive things of Paterson. Saying that, I raise, you know, I don't want to get so emotional on this. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. To the Director of DPW, you know that I wasn't happy at all with this legislation, but you know that I have my discussion and my fight in the committee. I do the work behind the scenes. We agree, we fight, we have discussion, we say what we don't like, but when I come here with a solution. You know, I was ready to vote against this legislation. But let's remember that it was Lieutenant Sheila Oliver, may she rest in peace, that got the money back into the UEZ. It was Sheila Oliver. And in her memory, we cannot let this money go back to the state. So the UEZ funding, if we're getting the money and we don't use it, the state take it back. And the following year, don't even think that we're gonna get the money that we never use it. So I'm definitely looking forward to support this legislation, but we need a plan behind. We gotta make sure that what is the schedule that we have to make sure that we empty those garbage, those receptacles, and by seeing those garbage full all the way to the top, it's just unacceptable. I mean, the community, they get the picture. And I feel bad because even though we voted on, but we're not on charge of the operation, I feel that, listen, we're not doing what we're supposed to do by the city, so let's put a plan together, a clear plan. We're going to have more now. Let's make sure that we get it done the right way. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 in favor, 2
Madam
against.
Clerk, I want to change my vote.
Okay.
You ready? I just need to say that, you know, not that I was against these new trash bins or whatever you want to call it, but I said to them, go back down to the state and say, you know, the first round didn't turn out good. Can we do something else with the money? Now, if the state would have sent us a letter back, or UEZ, and God rest in peace, Lieutenant Sheila Oliver did bring UEZ back in because it was out for many, many, many years. And I said, can we do something else with the money? But nobody went and asked them if we could. I hadn't seen no letter saying that, can we use some of this money for something else? Because with UEZ, I mean, even, I know what the UEZ zones are. I know where they are, because I got 3 or 4 of them in the 4th Ward. And my thing is that the first time around, it didn't work. How are we gonna go around again? You know, even though we got 3 garbage trucks, but if we ain't got workers to pick them up, what good is the garbage trucks? If you ain't got the people to pick up the cans, what good is the garbage trucks? So how are we gonna fix this if we don't have the employees to be able to do this? And it's not that I'm against this, but I would think that the state would be to say, you know what, maybe let's figure out something else. UEZ money can be used to help small businesses. UEZ money can help make corridors, as you say, 10th Avenue, Broadway, corridors, Union Boulevard, more enticing to come visit. More, you want to go there, you want to shop there, nice lighting, nice things like that. So it's not that I was against this, but the first time around, it just didn't work. And then you never figure out how to do it the second time around. Now, we got 3 garbage trucks, fine, but if we ain't got the people in there to do it, well, what good is having 3 garbage trucks if you don't have the resource? And I would like to see, you know, they have requested different items, but my thing is that I think that we should have asked the state, can we use something, can we do something else with the money? It has to stay the UEZ zone, I understand that, but can we ask for something else to be done? That's what my concern was. It's like, how long you guys been asking about the buck pickup? How long? Like, when is gonna, I mean, we need to know how is it gonna work? The 3 garbage trucks, now we need about 10 workers, now we need this. So that was my concern. The first time around, it just didn't come out good. How are we gonna do it the second time around at $267,000? And I know it's not the city money, it's UEZ money. And I'm happy that Lieutenant Sheila Oliver, she's deceased now, but at least she brought it back. And my request was if we could have used it for something else, and I never got an answer. Madam Clerk, my vote is still no.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Madam Clerk, if I may, please. So maybe it wouldn't be so difficult for people to see the good in the city if they wasn't being blindsided, so airbags could smack them in the face by people putting forward reckless votes such as this. So I just want to, just for a point of clarity, you know, when the UEZ was around when I started my business, over $350,000 was available to me for the facade program, the sidewalk program, the corridors. If you go down Grand Street even today, there's still many of the businesses that haven't changed. They still have the same canvas style, same color awnings. You ride through downtown, it definitely, people are up in arms about this. It looks like a third world country. The garbage is everywhere, right next to a electronic or one of these solar garbage cans. Where's the report, Director? Where's the report on the communication of how effective it's been to communicate with these garbage cans in DPW? Where's the report? Where's the report showing that this money was worth spending? Just because it's money that comes from the state and you feel like you can waste it and just burn it, doesn't mean that it's a wise decision. Where's the report? This council has absolutely no accountability when it comes to reporting. None whatsoever. There's businesses that are struggling over there. There's broken sidewalks all over the place. There's plenty of different scenarios to utilize this money for. And to say that the UEZ was dead, that's a total lie. All of those decorative lamp posts that's downstairs that's now been graffitied and tagged all over the place. The bus stops that weren't properly kept, that then had to be removed because people are sleeping in them, because we don't, you know, be responsible for those kinds of things. The planters that never got utilized, we plant things in there and people are tossing garbage in them. There's so much. We can sit here and spend money all day, but if we're not going to be responsible to holding people accountable, and specifically with the director, with the reports on relative whether or not this is a wise investment. Everybody wants to get, oh, you know, I didn't support this before. Well, you made a better decision then than you're making now, because that money was a clear waste. And mistakenly, because I try to give our director of DPW the support and Miss, the director of economic development, but this is a clear waste of money. This is a waste of money, throwing it right in the trash. Taking money and throwing it in the trash. What we might as well do is just take them, whatever money's left, when they bring them here and deliver, just throw them right in that trash. There's no reports on whether or not these things are effective. I know one thing, when those open face garbage cans, when you ride by them, you can see they're full. The person that's riding there that has to dump it can easily dump the cans. This is just more stupidity on the plate of this council. Feeding the public more stupidity and then telling you how good it is. We're gonna feed you manure, and you guys know exactly what I'm talking about, and then tell you, isn't it good? Isn't this good? Madam Clerk, my vote remains no.
Thank you, Councilman. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 against. Item number 51 is adopted.
Madam Clerk, item 52.
Item number 52 is a resolution.
Council President, point of order. How long are you going to make the public wait? Mr. McNeil is a senior that lives in a senior's building that has no hot water,
Members of the public, right
how
after
long are you going to make the public wait before
right
you
after
address the public
right
portion?
after the two more legislation that we have, we got the public portion ready, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, item 52.
Item number 52 is a resolution under Paterson Code, Chapter 129, Bazaars, addressing a license for Making a Difference with the Friends of Bill McCoy Foundation, Inc., to conduct a festival. Finance item, resolution number 25:287.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Davila, second by
Second.
Councilman Kalik and Councilman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mims.
And Mims.
Quiz item? Discussion?
Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
Mr. BA, what is the bill for this this organization? What's being required and how much is being charged?
I spoke to Councilman McCray, and he said he had a meeting with Bill. He's going to do some stuff.
For what?
Excuse me. I'm sorry. We're going to start the public portion in a minute. Please let us continue with the agenda.
I'm going to have our DPW superintendent explain that.
Director.
They're not going to change the price. Like, what's happening?
For the fee for this item.
No, they're not.
Which one? Oh,
They're
for
not gonna
the
answer
Jamaican festival?
Yes.
It's a 2-day festival. The Department of Public Works cost of it is a little over $8,000.
How much?
A little over 8,000. I don't have the
6,000?
exact. I don't have the form in front of me, but it's a little over 8,000.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't have anybody else.
That's for 2 days. That's for just
That's for 2
DPW.
days. Yeah, that's just DPW.
Do we
for
have
2 days.
PD? Do we have PD? 8,200 for PD?
The application says 1,000.
Just a minute. I'm sorry, members of the public. The director will find the information, and a public portion will open very soon. You'll have your 3 minutes to speak. Director.
According to this, Paterson Police is $8,181.19.
So, do we have a comparison? I just attended the Palestinian event, which was a phenomenal event, by the way. I'm not taking any shots at any event, but I'm just curious on the parity of how we're doing things. How much? What was the fee? And I know you don't have it in front of you. Do you recall about approximate how much it was?
I don't know the fee offhand. I could give that back to you tomorrow.
Mr. BA?
Sorry, I don't have that information, but I can give it to you.
Hello?
I need to get that before I vote.
I don't have it.
We don't have it.
Corporation Counsel, how do we not have it? You don't have a computer that we can access this information?
I don't.
Use the CFO.
For PD?
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. BA, where's the CFO?
He's in his office.
He's required to be sitting there. His name is right there on that name tag. He's required to sit there.
Okay. He's in his office. I can call him and have him come in.
Please, we need to get him up here.
The Palestinian, for the hours they're there, it was for cleanup. It was over $3,000. With that, they didn't have no electrician running generators, no bathrooms to clean up, just regular permits for the street that their program did.
So it was 8 for Jamaica Day. So my issue is this, and I understand that. I mean, cleaning is cleaning. What I'm talking about is parity. That's why I want to see the entire bill. There was a phenomenal event that they had. I don't think there was a necessity for an excessive amount of security. I think there was great people that were there. But likewise, I've attended Jamaica Day for the last, I don't know however many years, many years. It's the same caliber of people. I don't ever recall us having any kind of.
Well, they are charged 100% now. In the past, they were being only charged a portion of the festival. Administration decided to charge them 100%.
They were being charged only a portion?
No, they weren't being charged. They are being charged 100%
in the past,
now.
They were only being charged a portion?
Yeah, now they're being charged 100% of the manpower that's being used. And also you have to take into effect that the unions just got raises. They were behind raises for about 4 years, I believe. And that's the new rate.
Are all the other events that's taking place, are they being charged 100%?
Yes.
As well?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. So everybody's paying 100%?
Everybody who has a festival, that's being charged 100%.
Okay. Yes. Director, when you get a moment, I would like to see the bills for all of the events. So
I'll send it to the BA to send to the council in the morning.
Very good. Very good. Thank you.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Councilwoman Mims.
So, and I also, and Director, you didn't allude to it, but you also have to state that when you do your application, it goes by the number of attendees that you place on your application. That was not stated. So when people are doing their application, they ask you how many attendees. Well, every application we have, they put a number. So, this is what applicants do. They place numbers there. I know you're saying it's impossible, but if you look at the applications, which after tonight you can open it, it's available, you can see it. Every entity, they put how many. We have laws on the books that state based on the number of people you have, that is how they allocate how many police officers and all types of stuff. We just went through the same process for the Juneteenth Festival. It was 100%. There was a miscalculation, and we went back. I was assisting the organization, and they made sure that everyone was 100%. So it's like across the board.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 42.
That's item number 52.
I'm sorry, 52, Madam
okay.
Clerk. My apologies.
Roll call on item number 52. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
So all the questions being asked are important, and Councilwoman Mims said it. Every application is different in terms of, hours, manpower, if they're closing streets, how many streets, if they need officers. Like there's a lot that goes into play with this. I did speak to Councilman McCoy from the Bill McCoy Foundation. I asked him if he was okay, because I know that last week he expressed, being upset of the astronomical numbers this year. But he also did say that there is some stuff that's going to be worked out, and I know that he is in support of making sure that we do support this today. So, with that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, listen, again, my only concern is that everyone is treated fairly. Everyone. Nobody treated differently because they're favorable with the mayor, because they're not favorable with the mayor. That's the only issue that I have. Again, the event on Sunday. Oh, wow. Man, I missed the brothers had an event on Monday, right? Yeah, I missed that. Anyway, the event on Sunday was phenomenal. The number of people that was out there, far outnumbered what I've seen at Jamaica Day. Maybe maybe not the Peruvian festival, but the numbers were huge, and that's what I'm talking about. It should be a measure of parity. If there is a process, the process should be measurable. If you have per 100 people, you're required to have X amount of employees. It should be fair and equitable. Not like, oh, well, you know, I like this group this year, I don't like this group that next year. We're not gonna, you know, we're gonna go to your celebration, or we're not going to your celebration, so now you're gonna have to pay full price. Listen, I support every single event that comes forward, but, you know, I hate to sit here and see certain groups get treated differently. And if the director is saying that there's parity and everybody's being, you know, charged the same, I'll wait until I see the paperwork. But for now, I support this item to move forward. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All the paperwork's in order. Talking about fairness, I believe all these festivals that are going on, each department is being fair. I requested a quote. I have the text message from one of the department head. Total come up to $17,400 something dollar. Director, you said the quote for my event as well, correct?
Yes.
So I believe it's every department being fair and balanced. I don't know why some of us think otherwise. And my vote is yes, because all the paperwork and everything in order
Thank
for
you,
item
Councilman.
number 52. Thank you.
Councilwoman Mims?
So I don't want to sound like a broken record, and I do, I commend, because a lot of people are texting and highlighting things on social media tonight, because, you know, a lot of times on social media, they always talk about the negative and get rid of all the council members, and if you get rid of us, a lot of this stuff is not going to get done. So I'm just going to say that. But I want to put it on the record as someone who is a part of the Finance Committee. I serve, Councilwoman Dowell is the chair. I am currently serving as the Vice Chair of Finance. There is something that we do in our committee with our Council President and Councilman Kalik. When these applications come before us, we're going through every page. We're making sure before the council gets the application, everyone has everything. If everything is not in the application, then at that point, we're not approving. There's no need to vote if nothing is here. But I want to make this request, Council President, and I want to put it on the floor. If upon receiving these festival applications and everything is in its due process and we have all the paperwork, let's put these on consent. There is no need for the organizers to sit here and go through all of this stuff when we could just put it on consent. It could have been approved and they could go home. Yeah. Because there's a full packet. They go through licensing. They meet with Zella. They meet with DPW, fire, and police department. And that's a lot, right, running around. But once they do that, their package is complete and it's locked in. We have all the documents here. Let's make sure it goes on consent so nobody is on regular. And I want to say, and I want to thank Director Billy, to our police and our fire department. I had the opportunity just recently, and this is why I could speak to it. There was a post that was on social media in regards to the Juneteenth Festival. So for me, I don't really do the negative on Facebook. I saw somebody called me, they screenshotted it, sent it to me. I called the person immediately, and we had a discussion. I reached out to all of our directors, got the amount. One of the amounts we're ready to rock and roll. One of the amounts was not right. And we were like, no, we got to fix it. We got all the stuff. Everything was done. So that's when you saw me, you know, request, and I'm sure he's watching. Two things I requested. One, that we remove that comment off of social media because people don't know that festivals and parades are separate. We don't vote on parades, we vote on festivals. So when people think this is not happening, they think the parade is off. Two separate concerns. The city council only votes on festivals. So that was done, and now I'm excited. You know, I know we're voting on Bill McCoy. You guys do a great job every year, and I hope you have some festival for me, Lady McCoy. There. But we got everything done. We made sure everything was in its proper place. I called to my secretary and to the clerk's office to make sure the item was on the agenda, everything was in its proper place and in its due form, so that it could be approved on the agenda for this council. And we had already approved it. That's what I'm saying. We approved that in consent. So these items should have been in consent too, so you're not sitting here and waiting unless there are some other issues and it needs to be openly talked about and or discussed. Councilman McCoy, Lady McCoy, and to your the Bill McCoy Foundation, I just want to commend you for your great event every year. You know, last year I couldn't come. I have a new grandbaby and another one on the way. So with being a grandma, you know, that takes me on some trips down 95 and 301 now. So I just want to say I will be there this year. Tell Mama's Kitchen, they know what I like. I go to them every Sunday to get a special treat. So make sure Mama's Kitchen knows that I will be there. With that being stated, let's keep having festivals. Let's keep unifying. Let's keep doing great things so we can understand and embrace each other's cultures. I am for love, unity, and peace, and that's what this is about. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Omar?
Councilman McCoy, I'm looking forward to this event. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Newton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Bill McCoy and the foundation, we commend you for continuation of the Jamaica Day, even though this is very pricey, I would say, very expensive, but still you are committed to make sure that you're hosting the event continuously. We look forward to see whether we can do something that makes sure we can support the festivals that are for the community, not for raising money, not for, you know. So I think we should look for some other options in the future, whether we can be supportive toward all the festivals that are for the community. But again, we commend you for everything you do for the city of Paterson. And my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
So I got to follow a little bit from my colleague, Dr. Lilis Amens, because when people speak, things come in my mind of solution. I look at this application. This is the most GI application we ever see when it comes to the council. All the documents are in place. Everything, insurance is in place. Next time this item comes forward, should be in consent. Because if it goes to regular, and we had the authority to say, you know what, Mr. BA, out of the $18,000, $19,000 that they're going to pay, we could amend it to they could pay only 40% out of the $18,000, and that would be a different, right? But we cannot do that. The numbers are there. They put the number. Well, one thing that we could do is, for example, I'm looking at the last page, DPW, 5 supervisor for 12 employees. Okay, and if you could examine the applications and contracts, you got 5 supervisor, and the rate is higher than a regular employee. So that will make a difference in the bill. So if this is an event that everybody speak on it, that everybody say is a peaceful one, is a gospel day one, is another family event the next day, I don't see no problem at all. I run up and down with my Jamaican friends that has a little bit blood of the Puerto Rican community too, because they inherit our Hainos. Okay, I could say that when they analyze this type of event, why not put more low-pay employees, right, that could take the benefit of the event than putting high-rate employees in the event? And that will make a difference in the amount of they're going to charge them. Also goes to the police. You know, they get paid based on the salary. If you have 2 lieutenants, 3 sergeants, and you have only 2 patrolmen, the rate is different. It's different. So I think that, Councilman, you didn't state it's something that we had to come in the future with a solution on it. We should sit down as a committee and revise the Chapter 129, Bizarre, addressing this kind of festival, to see how we could benefit grassroots organization that does event in the city of Paterson. That's what we had to do, and sit down, and I know we have an MOU, but I think that we should sit down and look into these ordinance and make sure that we are doing fair for everyone across the board. And saying that, I know I'm not gonna get kicked out of your event, Councilman McCoy, because I do everything peacefully, but I always gonna support your event. I always gonna be there. Saying that we all Jamaican that weekend, okay? So let's celebrate, and let's celebrate for real and from the bottom of our heart. Jaman. My vote is yes.
Council President.
What is yes, Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 52 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 53.
Item number 53, resolution under Paterson Code, Chapter 129, bazaars addressing a license for New Jersey Peruvians, Inc. to conduct a festival, finance resolution number 25:288.
So move.
Second.
Second.
It's moved by Councilman Kalik and second by Councilman Davila and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk. And Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 53, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, this is really like a really hot item. To me, it should have been settled. I'm not sure what council members here have been playing games, but some of them have been, and they shouldn't have been. And they should have said the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Right, they should have. So with all the paperwork that has been submitted, I think it's past $40,000 of fees that's in there. I'm not quite sure, but I believe that it is. But that being said, my vote is yes for this bazaar and festival parade.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you very much. So what we have before us here is an application that went through its process and complete. So Councilwoman, if you went to page 9, I know you were asking, on page 9 on our tablet. All right, the breakdown of police, fire, the fire marshals, dispatcher, the insurance, everything is there. At the end of the day, this is what it's about. There's a complete application before us. To be put out there, to have individuals from the community go out and speak to the news, to the media outlets, to say things specifically about me, and then the news outlets, instead of a good reporter, would call me and say, hey, by the way, did you do this? But no, at the end of the day, what sells yellow sensationalism. But with that said, you know, to put out there the message, all right, that let's just put it this way, am dividing communities, not so. There's a process that everyone follows. You go and you pick up an application and you submit all of the paperwork. Picking up an application and submitting it without any documentation is not a complete application. What we have before us, what went through finance, was one application, is the one before us now, which is item 53. And at this time, because of its complete status, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Director, everything is the same with this one as well, correct?
Yeah, they paid 100%.
Very good. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Khalid.
Thank you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
So I'm gonna say this. Last year, I was very clear. And I said it on the record, if you go back and watch last year, I said that I would love to see you unified, to come together, to work together, because for me, I love your community. And I love people on this side, I love people on that side. It's not about taking a side, it's about, when we sit here on the dais, we're legislators. So I can only go based on what is in front of us to vote on, but I am gonna put a point of reference on the floor. We have to take a line, we have to draw a line of caution in the sand when we're trying to do entities and we're hosting fundraisers for certain council people. And for me, if that was the case, I possibly would recuse myself from the vote, because any look or appearance of impropriety could come back as someone filing or putting ethics charges. So you have to be careful when it comes to these type of situations, whether you believe it is or not. I'm just putting a line of caution out in the air. Because when people go back and watch, because everything is on social media, people grab your stuff, you don't realize 5 months from now, next year, your stuff is reappearing. Like, you voted on XYZ and blah, blah, blah. So I'm putting a line of caution. For me, I love both sides. I'm saying that now. And I'm not voting because someone promised they're going to support me for election or not promise for election. For me, I'm with the people. I'm straight for the community, and I'm African American, but I support every ethnicity. Everyone knows that. That's why I get support from everybody. But I've been talking about unity since last year. When it came before me, I'm going to continue to say it. This item is almost oh, I'm the deciding vote. I'm the 5th vote. I'm going to say for next year, take this time from now until next year to, 1, come together. 2, when I go to the events, gala, hitting the piñata, I love all of that stuff. I'll put it on the record. I want to see all of y'all together. Everybody together celebrating and upholding your Peruvian community and the legacy that your forefathers and foremothers have fought and stood so rightfully for. That's what I want to see. Because I've always known you as a Peruvian community that came together. I've always known you that way. And I don't want to love one side and this side. For me, look, after this vote, I would love if some of you would shift over and move over and sit there, so people can see that united we stand and we're better together. Because we have to, life is so short, and we major on the minors so much that sometimes we don't have time to correct it later. And I want us to be in a position, right? And I'm saying this to you publicly. I want your community to be united. I know it's bothersome, whatever the details of whatever happened, I know it's bothersome. But I want you guys, and you're listening to Councilwoman Mims, I'm 1 vote, and I tell everybody when different ones call me, I said it to them. For me, I want y'all together. One love, one mind, one sound, unified and love. When I went to the Palestinian event, it was peaceful. There was one sound. Everybody having a good time. I'm begging and pleading, please come together. Do it for Mims. If you don't want to do it for yourself, do it for Mims. Because life is so short. Something happens to someone, you're going to regret it, I'm telling you. Come together. But listen, Guillermo, just listen to me.
Okay, we public portion will open right now after this vote.
Even if that's been the case, let's work it out now. Let's work it out now. I love all of you. I'm coming to the party. I'm coming and I'm hitting the piñata. Make sure I'm invited to hit the piñata and all your events, because I want you guys unified, and I'm going to say that. I stand on principle. I stand on truth. Huh? No, we're not. We have the floor. No, we have the floor.
Sir.
No, we have the floor.
Please.
We have the floor. I have the floor. Okay.
Please,
well,
please, members of the public.
So maybe let me start all over again.
Sir.
So,
please.
With that being stated, to both sides, I love you all. Come together. We have one application before us. We don't have two. And I have to vote on what's in front of me. Everything has been paid. Everything has been allocated. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Omar.
I encourage the community to come together, and I encourage New Jersey Peruvians to reach out to the other side or the other faction and come together. Exactly. One love. Yes. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Newton. Yes, Councilman Newton, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So if we can go back last year when we speak about this beautiful Peruvian community, and we saw the division that started last year for the very first time. And I'd like to just state right here, that kind of division is started as a tradition in every single communities. And if I start back from my own home, in Bangladeshi community, in every single organization there are 2-3 parts. Sometimes they are using the same name and using different occasions. And what's happening when that happens, that we, the politicians, take the opportunity taking side here or there. Whether I serve you or not, I'm taking half of the part. And we don't want to see that kind of division in our community. We advocated last year that whether is it possible to come together. I understand that politics is everywhere involved, whether you say home, outside organization, whether who wants to take the power or lead and everything. And that I understand. But if you really care about the community and history, we have to be together. We have to keep our egos away and sit down some ways. Peruvian Parade, that organization that we're actually protesting against, they're talking about 39 plus of years of history. When the new history we're talking about started, we are talking about another organization that taking the lead from last year. I wanted to see that whether both sides come together or that one of the section can cover the parade and one section which already got permission and one section can cover the festival. And that's the only way I feel that this is the community can come together. If we just ignore the one part, I don't see there is a possibility of coming together for both portions. So again, community, I always look forward to see that you are coming together. There are so many allegations. Last week, you have heard about how, today, since we did not hear the public portion. Last, if you recall that regarding the application process, the one group is saying they applied first, the application was even not taken into consideration, other group was given permission. We don't want to see any kind of taken side here and there. And I would like to see them together. And since there are so many, fractions in it, I can't support that fraction. With that being said, my vote is no.
Councilman Velez. Councilman Velez.
Oh,
Council members, members of the public, please.
so I'm a discovery guy. I try to examine anything I have in front of me. When I say everybody have to uniform, application have to have the same uniform, everyone. I compare one with the previous one, all right? The paperwork is different. The paperwork looks different. The only thing I was looking for was the commitment with a contract of the police department, and it was not attached, but I had the opportunity to talk to the president, and he supplied the contract. This has had to be always in a package when they come and bring any kind of application. Last time that the Peruvian organizations was here in front of us, I made this comment. Dr. Castillo and Dr. Tello, you guys are doctors. You remember that? You guys are doctors. You guys had to get the forensic, the study, anything. You guys went to school for that, but you had to get that type of expertise to get both community together. And when I say both community, why we say both community? They only one. It's only one Peru. It's only one ceviche. It's only one Papa La Huancaína. And everybody enjoy their culture, but it comes up to one thing. One thing I'm not gonna get involved is who say, I say, this guy said, this one said, this one and that, this nothing. What I'm entertaining here, and I could ask Corporation Council, what are our rights? And our rights is to entertain what is in front of us, okay? And I cannot penalize one group versus the other one because that's not my job. My job is to examine what I have in front of me, go with what is approved, and go with the expertise. First of all, the official work. Second, the licensing department. Third, police contract. Fourth, DPW contract. Fire contract. Then city council deputy clerk testament that everything is done properly to put it in the agenda. See, I have like 10 other items I could include here. I'm not gonna get in the middle of you say, I say, this is what we have in front of us. And next time, let's go both ways. Next time, do not put a letterhead from a realtor in a organization, nonprofit, because I'm not here to promote Unicasa, even that I mentioned it. And next time you submit a document, make sure you complete all documents that the court provides, for I could make a right decision on it. I cannot do it halfway. But saying what we have here, and let me be clear, last year, this council, and you could go to the tapes. Last year, you go to the council. The next day, matter of fact, this festival was canceled at 6 o'clock in the afternoon because a fight broke up. 7, whatever it is, was canceled. The amount of beers, boxes, and everything that was all the way around the festival area was tremendous. I have people texting us about how bad it looks, the image. You could blame, oh, it's the outsider. We're not going to ask ID who comes to events. But what we're going to ask is that the organization has to have control of their parties, of the people that come there to celebrate, okay? No, I don't care to, listen, ma'am, you want me to say something?
Members of the public, please. Councilman, please.
I could pay for my mortgage, but I'm responsible to pay for my light bill and to clean my backyard and to clean my front and to do the right way. Not because you pay our DPW a slave of whatever mess people do. So let's be honest. We need to be responsible. Organization, please. You need to be responsible of everything that you guys perform in the city of Paterson. And the last thing we want to have is people get killed in a festival. The last thing we want to have people, listen, if you look at the video last year, it was tremendous. The year before, sorry, the year before. So saying that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not here to take sides. I'm here to support what is in front of us. But if every year we're going to have a war before celebrating, please don't invite me, because I don't like to celebrate and fight. We fight before celebrating. I like to celebrate all year round that the community is united. And this is an issue that every year is happening with the Peruvian community. But one day, I have a dream that everybody's going to be smiling. And let me say this last but not least. Last but not least, you only have to be alive to be dead. You only have to be alive to be dead. In other words, what I'm trying to say is, what I'm trying to say is, go to a funeral home and a person died, and you see a lot of people say, what a great man you are. What a great man you was. Say what a great man you was when they alive, and make the life easy to them. Don't cry when I'm dead, because I know you're not doing it from your heart. So saying that let's celebrate the Peruvian, let's celebrate red and white, que viva el 28 de julio, que viva Peru. My vote is yes.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll definitely be brief. I have a lot of respect for our great leaders from the Peruvian community. Mr. Guillermo Garcia, Dr. Tello, Dr. Castillo. I have a lot of respect for all of you. The Peruvian Parade is the organization that for the last 38 years they've been organizing this festival, this parade. I know a lot of things happen in between, but it was my hope and my dream to see both entities united. It was my hope to see them united. Why? Because it's such a great history from 38 years. You cannot erase that, and instead of erasing, try to embrace it. So that was my hope and my dream, to see the both entity, and that was my request, to see them united. Because one of the entities feel that the treatment was unfair, and I understand that. So with that being said, I think that I really hope that this community in the future get united. Because, I mean, listen, we all love the festival. We all love to go out and enjoy and celebrate with our Peruvian community. Paterson is one of the greatest cities because of the diversity that we have. But with the diversity, you have responsibility. You have the responsibility not to divide the community. You have the responsibility to keep the community together for the goodness of the people, of the residents of the city and the people that live here. People call Paterson the Little Peru because of the diversity, restaurant, and the investment. So Paterson, it's a very important city for the Peruvian community. But as I mentioned before, the Peruvian community has a tremendous history in the city of Paterson. It is my hope in the future that history continue by both entities being united, by not leaving one out, one group out, and just getting united both. That's the way I want to see it. And I feel it's sad for me, but I feel uncomfortable supporting this because I want to see the community together down the future. Maybe next year we'll have a better picture and a better momentum. With that being said, my vote is no, Madam Clerk. I say no.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 against. Item number 53 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're gonna have public portion after item 54. Madam Clerk, get the public. Just get item 54 and 50. Those two items, and right after we get into public portion. So make sure every person, so they're all in the list. So Madam Clerk, item 54.
Item 54 is a resolution authorizing the rejection of low bid and authorizing the award of contract to the second lowest bidder, Smith-Sondy Asphalt Construction Company, Inc., for resurfacing portion of East 34th Street and East 35th Street, bid number 25.17, for the Engineering Division of the Department of Public Works. Public Works item resolution number 25:289.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Council President Mendez, second by Councilwoman Dr. Lilissa Mins. Director.
Roll call.
So item 54, this is the last item that you have.
Yeah, the lowest bid was rejected because they didn't comply to the spec bids.
Okay, got it. That's it. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yeah. Director, you rejected the lowest bid.
Yes.
Then you went with the second bidder, right?
Yes.
Now, did the lowest bidder file a complaint yet?
Not yet. Not that I know of.
I'm asking you.
Not yet.
So how many days do you give the lowest bidder to file a complaint for not being accepted?
That's a Harry question, but
Say that again?
That's a Harry question. You have to ask Mr. Savalas about that, but I believe it's 10.
You got to ask Harry?
Yeah, Harry's the purchasing agent. He would know. But I believe it's 10 days. I'm not 100% on that, but I believe it's 10.
Right?
Well, it seemed like to me that if our purchasing agent rejected the lowest bidder, it seemed like to me that he would already know that he's going to the second bidder, but now the lowest bidder could intervene and take us to court. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't want you to come back here later and.
Thank you.
But you know what? Even if you reject the lowest bid, the lowest bid still can go back out and say. You got to have proof why you rejected the bid.
His bid itself was the proof. He didn't comply with the specs of the bid.
Well, you know what? Harry should have put this in the resolution. What was required? Why was the lowest bid rejected?
In the second whereas, it tells you
Okay.
why.
Yeah,
What
the
did it
second.
say?
In the second whereas, the assistant municipal engineer and the director of public works recommend that the rejection of the low bid be submitted by AJM contractors on the grounds that the bid was not non-responsive and failed to comply with the bid specifications followed.
Okay.
No.
And
Okay.
if, Councilwoman, and if you want additional information, we
because
could
you
ask
know what?
Harry to email us. So,
Let me understand it. I do bids, and I understand when you get rejected, the lowest bidder get rejected, you go to the next bid. Usually the lowest bidder is going to complain, and they're going to take us to court. They're going to do something. That answer to me is really not good enough. For
Thank you.
why. That's all.
Director, just for the record, East 34 and East 35, from where to where is going to be resurfacing?
I'll get the lengths in the morning to you. I'm not for sure on this. It was on the original, but
Okay,
it's not
so just the record, we'll start all the way by 20th Avenue, all the way down. So this is a great news. We're waiting for that.
Yeah, from the
thank
dead
you.
ends, I believe, from the dead ends of 34.
All the way to the dead end. I just want to put it on record. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 54.
Roll call on item number 54. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just don't feel great about this one here. I think we should have a better explanation on why that bid was rejected. With that being said, my vote is no.
Oh, my. What?
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I was going to ask the question, but I don't have to. I know the answer. We've worked side by side with our children as we have traveled softball. Today, my daughters that are in the high school we traveled to Pompton Lakes. All around the field, I see all these banners. Wasn't Smith Sandy, but it was Tilcon. These companies make millions of dollars here, millions, and yet they don't ever make any contributions to our community. They take this money, go somewhere else, and they sponsor and support the programming, youth programming there. I'm no longer supporting any of these activities for none of these companies. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik. Councilman Kalik.
Yes, Madam Clerk. In BISPEC, I believe is clearly state lowest responsible bidder. So I guess our departments had decided to give it to the second bidder, which is that thing is responsible. That's the way to go. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
So with that, before I vote, when we're doing and for any future requests or items of this nature, I would like to see attached to these rejection of bids or the shift or the change, two things. One, I want to see the voting record, who voted, how many people, what was the scoring or the rubric that was utilized for the voting. Also, I want to see if there's any performance quality reports for this company. I'm sure we've used this company in the past. It's something I've asked for since 2018. I know we were doing it at one time. So I would like to see a performance quality report of this new bidder or even the other bidder that was on the list. People are texting me that live on 34th and 35th, very excited about this, so I have to support it. They are watching. You must have told them to watch because they're texting me like, please vote yes, vote yes. So I want the roads to be repaved, and I know you do too. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we have discussed about this item in details, and just for clarification that when you're speaking about the second lowest bid, the difference is only $50 or so. It's not really much different. Yeah, it's only $50 or so, just for clarification. The lowest bid was $563,724. The one we are supporting is $788. So It's only $50 change in difference. So it's not really much different. If you really go with the why we are supporting it, besides the package was used by the lowest bid was not correct form as well. So I believe this is a correct move. We should not just keep on holding, and the residents at the 34th and 35th Street are waiting for repavement. With that being said, thank you, Director, for your hard work to make sure that the streets are getting repaved. Recently, I used to say a lot of streets around the city. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council Cali, thank you for those that support this project. I know Mayor Jem Williams, she must be watching this council meeting. East 34th, East 35th have been repaving over 40 years in the third ward. To all my third ward residents, last week we fixed all the way from East 40 through East 34 and East 33rd. They're redone, repaved, brand new, and now we're going from East 34 and East 35th. And I know our former mayor, James Williams, is very happy to just watch this meeting. I don't agree a lot with Councilman Jackson with a lot of things, but I agree in one thing, and it's that this company, they've been making millions of dollars out of Paterson. I know they're doing a phenomenal job, but I have a request, and if it's legal, I would love to see Smith Sandy Alpha Construction to build a basketball court at Eastside Park. Maybe they could donate a basketball court. The only thing that we need at Eastside Park to be the best park in the state of New Jersey is a basketball court. We have everything else. We have baseball field, we have cricket, we have everything, but we don't have a basketball court. Since they've been doing so much work in the city of Paterson, it'll be phenomenal if they go through legal and administration and just donate a basketball court for Eastside Park. They will stay in the city of Paterson for the rest, for history, and it will be sponsored by them. At least they could give something back to the resident and to our youth specifically. So I'm very excited to see this project moving. I've been advocating with administration for the longest, and also 20th Avenue to the third ward resident. 20th Avenue is on the list. I have that conversation with administration that it hasn't been fixed in years also as well, but we're getting ready for East 34 and East 35 to be fixed. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 4 in favor, 2 against, 3 absent. Item number 54 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. And item 55, Madam Clerk?
Council President, point of order. So 10:30. Public portion is advertised as being 8 o'clock.
This is the last item. This is the last item. Item 55 is the last item, Madam Clerk. I mean, we're going to second, but that's the last item of the agenda on this side. We got one more in the non-consent.
We have 7 items.
Gotcha. But this is the last one, then we go into public portion. Something quick.
The one we just voted on?
55.
Item number 55 is a resolution authorizing change orders number 1 and 2 for limited interior and exterior rehabilitation at the Danforth Memorial Library, Phase 2, bid number 23.24, statutory agencies,
So moved.
resolution number 25:290.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman
No,
Velez.
I'm Councilwoman Mims.
I'm sorry, moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by
Councilwoman
Cat also as well and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 55.
Roll call on item number 55, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Director came out forward with a good plan for that library. We see the improvement, and hopefully we could continue investing in our libraries more needed. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez, yes. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 55 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this moment, we're going to start the public portion, and I'm going to remind every constituent and every resident here that is here that wants to address the council, you have 3 minutes. There's a clock right in front of you. Please use your 3 minutes effectively. Profanity and cursing is not being covered by freedom of speech. I would respectfully ask every resident that wants to speak not to curse, not to use those profanity in the chamber. Our children are watching this meeting. It's live. It's on YouTube. Please, let's be respectful. After the 3 minutes, I'll respectfully ask you to move to the side and allow the next speaker to use the 3 minutes effectively. Madam Clerk, let's call the first speaker.
The first speaker is Joe Hart.
First on the list.
Kindly state your name.
My name is Joseph Hart, born Paterson, New Jersey, 1961. Been here all my life. Now, the few things I guys like to complain about. Number one, I like to see more law enforcement with sheriff or police department or security. We need that. Now, for the garbage thing, to me, garbage is garbage. Why not have both trucks pick up the same day when they pick up the regular garbage? And all the crap downtown, you know? Downtown used to be a beautiful town. It's all dirty now, the way I see it, because nobody cares. Some of the people that got business, they don't care. They don't care how people park. They don't care how people, whatever. And it's a mess, you know? And I think really Paterson for mayor, how come some of you beautiful women ain't running for mayor? You know, maybe that's what Paterson needs, a woman to run for mayor. I'll vote, you know, or governor. Even president of the United States, what the hell? You know, but that's the way I see it, you know? But to make Paterson beautiful and people respect each other, you know, it's hard, especially with some of the cats out here that don't care, you know? But that's what I like to see be done. You know, there's other issues too, but I'm gonna leave it like that. You guys have a good night. I gotta get back home now. But God bless all y'all. I'll see you again.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Speaker is Tanisha Williams. The next speaker is Corey Teague. State your name, please, Commissioner.
Corey Teague, 65 Prince Street.
Good evening, Commissioner.
So today, good evening. On Monday, well, I'll put it like this. On May 19th, 1925, a young man by the name of Malcolm Little was born in Omaha, Nebraska. His parents were both activists who followed the teachings of Marcus Mosiah Garvey. His father was very strong. I know Malcolm is the one that's famous, but his father was very strong because his father was not afraid to speak on the issues that mattered. He spoke against what was going on in the South there. He spoke against the segregation, the supremacy. Y'all know the story. Somehow he ended up on train tracks tied to the train. They blamed him for laying there, and they blamed him for the train running over him, and they even stopped his family from getting the insurance policy because they tried to claim that he did it to himself. His son followed in his footsteps. And y'all know he went from Malcolm Little. He had his time in jail. Yes, he did. He had his time with the law. He went through the school of hard knocks, but he matriculated and he got to the point where he became a nationally recognized figure, a world-renowned figure. But he was not a world-renowned figure because he was positive all the time. He was not a world-renowned figure because he saw the world through rose-colored glasses. Malcolm Little, who became Malcolm X, who became El-Hajj Malik al-Shabazz, became the man that he was because he was not afraid to challenge the system. And I want to let everybody in here know, when you come here, don't let anybody gaslight you for speaking up and saying what's going on in this city. I don't care who they are. You speak up and you speak your mind, you speak your truth, the things that you see that's going on, you speak on it because you have every right to do it. Whether people appreciate it or not, let me tell you, there's a lot of organizations that were celebrating Malcolm X, but when he was alive, a lot of those people said he was a troublemaker. He was a rabble-rouser. He was always causing trouble. He was always messing things up. The way they talk about Mike Jackson, that's how they talked about Malcolm X. They said, oh, he ain't got no business around here. He ain't no real leader. He only talking about negative stuff. Look at the real story of Malcolm X, and you will see that people did not like him in person because they said he was too radical. But that radicalness that he had is what allowed us to get to where we are today. And if many of our leaders decided to fold up their tents and walk away just because somebody said they were being negative. Where do you think we would be right now, even as the black community, if our ancestors just walked away just because they were told that they shouldn't stand up and fight? Don't let anybody stop you from standing up and fighting. I don't care if they get an attitude, it's just going to be their attitude. But you have an obligation, because it's not a profession, it's a calling. There's a difference. When it's a calling, it's a mandate that you have from God to do what you need to do. The real prophets in the Bible were not celebrated. The real prophets in the Bible in the Old Testament were hunted down because nobody wanted to hear what they had to say. That's the truth.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Cameo Black.
Good evening, everyone. Let me start off by saying, y'all know I don't bother people unless I'm bothered. Last week, I'm gonna clarify it. It's over something from August over a glizzy. If y'all don't know what a glizzy is, it's a hot dog. And last week when I was sitting there, I was threatened that I'm gonna get spit on the back of my neck. That's what made me perform. People do stuff in the dark and then it comes to the light. Alex Mendez, you removed me last week. You didn't know the whole story. I spoke to you regarding the resident. As y'all can see, I continue to do the work in the city. I reach out to y'all when I have issues. If y'all pick up the phone, I will appreciate it. When I come to this council meeting and I speak up, don't judge me and not pick up the phone. Y'all not hurting me. Y'all hurting the people in the community that's reaching out for help. So I'm gonna let you know that, the conversation that we had. Another thing, whoever sent the person, I don't care, because at the end of the day, I keep telling y'all, I'm covered by the blood of Jesus. That's who I walk with. Yes, I go to church. I've been going to church. My church family, they're gonna always back me. They know what type of person I am. So do not judge me off of what y'all seen last week. I was provoked, but it's taken care of by the men upstairs. So I don't have to go back and forth. I'm too old for the bull crap, excuse me. And at the same time, I'm gonna continue. Everybody that's out there that seen that video, that wanted to know what was going on, I just wanted to clarify it. It was over a hot dog from last year that I didn't give up, that nobody was invited to my family memorial cookout. That's what it was over. I don't have time for it. So if y'all wanted to know what happened, that's what happened. Text messages, don't lie. Harassment, don't lie. Police charges, yes, has been filed. And it's still to this day, I'm still continuing to be harassed. I don't know if y'all see the pictures of me sticking my middle finger up at the council meeting last week. That's stalking. I'm in the front getting pictures taken of me, sticking my middle finger up. That's why my middle finger was stuck up, because it was stuff that was said and I was ignoring it to the point when somebody said, I'm gonna spit on you. All bets is off the table. That's the nastiest thing you can do to somebody. So I wanted to clarify that. And I'm gonna continue to come here, I'm gonna continue to speak up, and I'm gonna continue to fight for the community. And like I said, when I call y'all, I appreciate if y'all answer y'all phones. When I call y'all, if y'all feel like I'm bothering y'all and y'all don't wanna help, just shoot me a text back. I don't wanna help you, I don't wanna be bothered, because I don't have time for it. Like I said, y'all only hurting the community, not me. It's gonna still get done one way or another, as long as that man upstairs is here.
Amen. Thank you, Camille. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Chanel Fields. Please state your name.
Good evening, Council. I had something written, but I'm not even going to read that. I'm just going to speak from the heart tonight. Council President, you have to do better. We have Mr. McNeil in the audience. He's 73 years old. When you do things of this nature, it really makes it look like you don't care about the public. To wait until 11 o'clock at night, I know you guys are going to hit the sunshine law in a little while, but to wait till 11 o'clock at night to allow the residents to speak is absolutely despicable. We've had this discussion once before and it really didn't go well. You're not even paying attention.
I'm listening.
I hope so. We should never come to a point where we're speaking at 11 o'clock. It really shows the public that you really don't care about what we have to say. There are people that have to go to work. You guys play these little games where you're asking about don't curse. You should be more concerned with these kids getting to school in the morning. You should be more concerned about the residents that have to go to work tonight and the residents that have to go to work in the morning. You should be more concerned with hearing the cry and the pleas of the community. This has to stop. And it's crazy because you know where to perform best at. Had it been an Arabic community, and this is no disrespect to the Arabic community because I love any community, I want to be real clear, you would have responded very quickly. Had it been the Caucasian community, you would have responded very quickly. But when it comes down, there's something deeply seated and wrong with you when it comes down to the urgent needs of the Black community and the Hispanic community. You have to do better, especially in a city where it's mainly populated with that community. We should not have to wait this long to speak. It's outrageous and it's ignorant. Last week you asked for 3 minutes, I obliged you, and I gave you the 3 minutes to follow the decorum. Please practice what you preach and start doing things in a timely manner. It makes no sense that we have to hear him go round and around about if you close your eyes, it's there. If you close your eyes, it's there. He shouldn't even be here. He shouldn't even be here. Charges should have been filed. I don't understand what's going on where a person gets to kill a person and they get to walk, where a person gets to T-bone a person and they get to walk, where a person gets to urinate in public and they get to walk, where a person gets to pull a fire alarm falsely and they get to walk. What is going to be done? You got your funny looking head mayor, who I saw earlier today, that was in the building during the time of the meeting, that still fails to show up for a meeting. Nolasha, she faced the T-bone. You think he reached out to her family? Nah, because Black people don't matter. But Black people, our lives have to matter to us before it starts mattering to them. Have a good night.
Let's speak him on the clip.
Next speaker is James Evans. Please state your name.
My name's James Evans. I was here down last week. First, let me apologize, for the way I talked last week, but I meant every word that I said. Let's clarify that. I noticed they have pictures up in here. I had some things I wanted to talk about, but I was sitting here listening to everything that was being said, and I see y'all mentioning things that really had nothing to do. It has a lot to do with the community, but it's not that important. It's not as important as the other things that's going on. For one, I see you have Malcolm X in here, you have Martin Luther King, you have Jackie Robinson and all these people, but nobody's following anything that's going on with them. The way that they move, nobody up here is moving like that. Just like y'all say, y'all for the people, but I don't see none of y'all doing anything for the people. Like the lady said, you're procrastinated. You sat there for about 2.5, 3 hours voting on things that people really have no idea about, and it's little things. What about the big things, the killings and people shooting people and all of that? It's a lot of that going on, but nobody's handling those type of things. And just like I said, it starts from, if I think it starts from y'all, because y'all the people that, that we put our votes into, and we're putting votes into people that's not doing anything really for the community. I don't see, like this guy right here, that really irks me that y'all still allow this man to be up here on this panel after he has a vehicle homicide, and y'all swept that under the rug, and it would have never came out if this other situation didn't occur. And you still allow him to be up here. He's sitting up here sleeping while people's talking. He's walking back and forth, he's not paying attention. It's like it doesn't even exist to him. And I came down here last year, and you, like I said, you was telling me the same thing. My thing is jobs. I know a lot of people that need jobs, and I'm talking about real jobs, paying jobs, not $16, $17 jobs. I'm talking about jobs. I done put in jobs with the city, still ain't get it. I have jobs telling me that I'm overqualified for the job. That's just telling me that I'm Black and you don't want to hire me. I prefer you to tell me that you don't want to hire me than to tell me that I'm overqualified for a job. It's just, this town is it's sickening, bro. I'm 47 years old. You feel what I'm saying? I'm 47. And I've seen so much, man. And I'm looking at how the board is and everything like that. This goes back to when you had Marty Barnes as mayor. Marty Barnes did one thing and they sent him right to jail, right? Now you have all these other mayors that do things that they're not supposed to do, and y'all are giving them ultimatums like, oh, you resign and then you can run the next year. Why that wasn't done to Marty Barnes? Spanish, like, you know what I mean? I love all people, but I'm just telling you, like, the Spanish community is basically taking over and it's pushing us out, man, basically, man. Like, and I don't know if y'all see that, but y'all need to wake up, man. It's starting to become sick, man. Other things are going to start happening that's going to get a lot worse, man. It's going to be a race. It's going to be a race war, bro. And that's what it's going to.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes. The next speaker is Victor Abayez.
He left. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Marshall Huertas.
He left.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. Next speaker is Rosalinda Warmer.
Left.
The next speaker is Zakia Mack.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Please state your name. Thank you.
Zakia Mack.
Thank you.
I'm not going to do too much tonight. I did enough last week. But something that was said tonight by a councilman that said that when he did the presentation for the young man, which congratulations to him, that's a big step from being in the city of Paterson, for you to get accepted to those many schools. Blessings to him. But Councilman Khalik made a comment that said it starts at home. And he's absolutely right. The Bible does speak, charity starts at home and spreads abroad. So my question is, as this being the people's home, what is it that you guys are teaching the community? Because at the end of the day, we have kids here, they're watching us. They're everything, they're emulating. So when we sit here and we bicker back and forth about nonsense, and we have people here that are losing their lives left and right, it's a shame that we're sitting here talking about celebrating parks, building new parks that children are not even going to be able to play in because the amount of atrocity that's going on, the garbage, the unhoused. But we're still putting money towards parks. Once again, I'm gonna say it, charity starts at home. And that means for the parents that have these kids that are running amok in the city of Paterson, control your kids. Control your kids. Because right now, we're in a time that our kids' lives are at stake. Okay? I have a 17 and a 13-year-old. And if anything happens to my 17 and my 13-year-old, war will break out. I live in the 4th Ward. I'm tired of hearing gunshots on the weekends. I'm tired of hearing it. We have substations in the 6th Ward. Where's the substations in the 4th Ward? Where's the substations in the 2nd Ward? Where's the substations in the 1st Ward? Where's the police in the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Ward? It's not there. When we talk about how everything is being dished out inappropriately, that's what we're talking about. One ward over the other, which should never be. You go to 6th Ward, clean as I don't know what. You'll probably eat a piece of candy off the ground. But you come over here, I gotta walk over human crap, I gotta walk over dog crap, I gotta walk over needles, I gotta walk over baggies, I gotta walk over bodies. But yet again, we still talk about how we are moving the city forward. Where's it going? Because it's still back in 2020 when the mayor first started. Nothing has changed. No one has challenged him on nothing. No one is telling him like, yo, get in these meetings. I don't want to curse, but that's where it's leading to. Get in these meetings. Face your people. Don't do no virtual budget hearing that doesn't even work. Get him in these meetings so he can get the right that you guys are getting. That's it.
Thank you. Let's begin, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr. McNeil. Please state your name.
My name is David McNeil. I've been in Paterson ever since 1960. I've seen this town change so much. I think it's time to change a right way. Right now, it's not a right way. I got problems. You got problems. We all got problems. Right now, the problem I got is in the place I live at. We got tenants dying in the apartments we live in, and they don't know they're dead because, let me tell you what, the neighbor next door don't walk, knock on the door, check on their problem. Because I'm 74 years old, but I've been around. There ain't too many I don't know. I know you, because I am the mailman. But what I want y'all to do, step up. Step up, because when you step up, you'll grow. Because right now, you're not growing, because you're standing still. Move. That's what the Lord said, move. I got a place that I want to change. And the only way I can change it is by y'all stepping up and helping me. I got a communion room. I've been in this place almost 5 years. There's nothing going on. People are dying. We are their brothers and sisters. We are your brothers and sisters. So, show me the love that you have for the senior citizen, because I'm going to tell you, you'll be there. You will be there, one way or another, because I'm there almost at the end. But I want to change something and make them look like they're doing something with their time. Because when you don't do something with your time, you're gone. So let's do something. I want to need your help to show them that somebody cares about each and every one of you. If you ask saying you want to get to do something right, you got a problem, because each one of these in here, the one that put you in that seat. So show them the love that you have in your heart, because you got it. And it's so easy to do. It's by stepping up and putting your hands out. You think the homeless are bad? You ain't seen them yet. Wait till June and July. That's something that you got to look at, because there's people coming from all parts. There's 6 wards here. The only ward that is bad, right here in your house. Remember what I say, because you're going to dream about it.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Eva Razak. Please state your name.
Eva Razak. Wow, I don't even know where to start, but I guess I'm going to start from the heart. Last week when I saw the city council, I was coming. And I was coming not to fight, but there it is, you know me. I come and say stuff. But here it is. I'm really meaning this. The gentleman that just spoke a few minutes ago, and this is not a lie, what I'm going to say, and I didn't want to cry. He said something about that things are going to happen that nobody's expecting. That is not a lie. I've been having a lot of dreams and a lot of downloads of things that are going to happen to a few of you in this town. And if you guys don't change your way now, and people are here not feeling you guys, we're all doomed. I bumped into a former student last week, and you could tell that they weren't doing great. And I asked them, what is it that you need different to be, to do better? And he says, for the people to believe in us. And I got something to say. Like, I may be nobody in this city, but this nobody cares about my people. And I care about you guys too, whether you believe it or not. We want to see some change. And yes, it starts at home. The families that have children, you have to tell your kids, you have to talk to them every day about the situations. You can't be trusting everyone. And please, please listen. You guys might think I'm crazy, but people who really know Eva or Evie, whatever they want to call me, they know I have an extra sensor. I'm connected to the universe, and I get downloads. And what I see for our city is a lot of bloodshed. And we're all going to feel it. It doesn't have to happen to your son or to your daughter, to your brother, to your sister. We're all in it. Please, I'm here to say one last thing. I'm picking out a card, Mr. Mendez, real quick, of the prayers today. And this is for all of us today. It says, to you they cried out and were saved. In you they trusted and were not put to shame. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's do our job. And if we see somebody on the floor, pick them up. You don't know if it could be you. Please, this town was never like this. I love my town. I ended up in this town without wanting to be known because I told you guys I was kidnapped. And I've been here since I was 1.5 years. And I've been through hell and back, but I'm a good person. And I want to let you guys know that if you guys stay in your lane and do the right things for our constituents out here, they'll feel proud that you guys are representing us because we vote you guys in. And I have to say something at Evie's end. I don't care who you see me with or what parties you see me with. If you, I'm
Please,
sorry,
Sarah.
2 seconds. If you don't invite me to your party, I cannot go. But if you invite me, you know who you are and I go.
Thank you, Eva.
So I'm here to say, once again, love and peace, and please continue to listen to what our residents are here, because whether you believe it or not, we know what's happening, we care, and we
Thank
want you guys to care.
Thank you. Let's speak, Madam Clerk.
Next
And
speaker.
Mendez, thank you for your event. I'm sorry. Thank
Love
you. It was banging.
Beautiful.
You had an event for Mother's Day for the Dominicans, and it was nice. And you do a
Thank
lot
you.
for a lot of people, so I got to just rub that in.
Thank you. Let's speak, Madam Clerk.
Yes, next speaker is Elvis Durham. Please state your name. Thank you.
Mr. Elvis Durham, 4th Ward.
Elvis.
Paterson, New Jersey. Thank you. First thing I want to start off with, you already know the downtown area of Paterson. I need walk-in policing in the downtown area. One store got robbed in the daytime while everything was open. I need walk-in policing in the downtown area. Need some maintenance crew in the downtown area. Just want to say to everyone that support my music production, Elvis Durham Outreach Music Production, the ones that supported 21 years, well, 29 years, and the one just got on board a couple years ago, I just want to say thank you. I love my city. Don't know the future, but I love my city. Just want to say thank you to Councilwoman Ruby Cotton of the 4th Ward, Councilman of the 2nd Ward, Councilman Khalif, Councilwoman at Large, Marissa Daria. Just want to say thank you. Don't know what the future holds, but whatever the future holds for Elvis Durham, Outreach Music Production, and myself, I know God's with me. Amen? Also, just want y'all to know we got some black businesses going to be opening up soon. An ice cream shop on 59 Broadway, downtown Paterson, black owned. 59 Broadway, downtown Paterson, on Friday, June 13th. Also, inside Center City Mall, oh my God, this is going to be so amazing. Fast Break Cafe. I'm talking about the best Philly cheesesteak sandwich you will ever have in your life. Woo, good God Almighty. At Fast Break Cafe. And it's going to be open in June 2025. Okay? Also, don't forget the African Heritage Parade. Okay? African Heritage Parade is Saturday, June 21st. It starts at 10 a.m. It's starting from the Masonic Temple on 224 Broadway and going all the way to Eastside Park, 800 Broadway. okay? And that's Saturday, June 21st. Also, the Juneteenth Festival starts at 12 o'clock at Eastside Park on that same day, June 21st, okay? Don't forget, also celebrating Juneteenth celebration, Friday, June 13th at Center City Mall, 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., okay? And don't forget, in the month of July, July 27th, it's the Peruvian Festival. Y'all do not want to miss that. Yes, I'm a part of that community. Yeah, I'm very proud to say I've been part of that community, for 21 years. I'm going to eat.
Thank you, brother.
And I will be working.
Thank you.
Eating at the same time. Council President, Councilman at Large,
Wooding.
I need to talk to you. I need to talk to you. Okay, it's about my community, my city, my downtown area. God bless you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Eddie Olivares. State your name, please.
Eddie Olivares. Good evening, all. Hi, Ava. Love you. For the record, I just want to say that I've never really said any profanities here. The very worst thing that I've said is I've called some of you scumbags, and I'm not taking it back. Because that's exactly what you are. It's nasty, but that's what some of you are. Luis Velez and Alex Mendez have talked much tonight about celebrating. Word of advice: stay away from alcohol, stay away from a vehicle, stay away from urinating in public. Alex, stay out of basements. Basements, parties in basements, drinking, and all kinds of illegal activities here in the city of Paterson. You know, in the beginning, Alex Mendez was complaining that last week he was here until 2:30 in the morning. I have a suggestion for you. If you want to go home early, you can watch these meetings from home, resign. Take advantage of that PTI that was offered you in court. Councilman Jackson and I usually do not agree with you, Councilman, at least in public. We disagree on many things in private, but tonight I'm going to disagree with you in public. You said that everything this administration has done is a failure. I am here to correct you, my friend. This council has been the failure. Your colleagues have been a failure. You're supposed to hold the administration accountable, not the mayor. Yeah, he always says come back. So what do you want? What do you want? It's you people. You have to hold them accountable. It's because you don't hold them accountable, anything he presents this council with passes. So, Mr. Jackson, you happen to be wrong. Before I came here, I was in a viewing. It's so sad. It's so sad. There was a young man that was shot in front of a grocery store. He was just sitting, watching some people playing dominoes. It is so sad. Last week, I also spoke about, you know, the pregnant lady that was. It's shootings. It's every day, and I quoted you guys, especially Luis Velez, saying that unless we come up with a plan, things are going to get out of control. Are we there yet? Well, don't look back. Don't look back. I'm talking to you. Are they out of control? The city's out of control. The trash is everywhere. Killings. Kids killing themselves in the streets. And you guys are largely responsible.
The next speaker is Anna Martinez. Please state your name.
Good evening.
Ana Martinez, Fifth Ward. Blessings. Buildings can be bought, but not growth. Buildings can be bought, but not growth. Visionary intentions are necessary seeds to be cultivated and grown to bring development in fruition. Presently, development has turned to be a double-edged sword. The investment is focused in real estate space for people and businesses to move in and out, while its purpose is to make money for the builders and investors with no interest in growth. A true development is developing a space designed for the people and businesses to thrive and value, while its purpose is to ensure sustainability, evolution, and cultural legacy for the community with interest in growth. That is a true and much-needed investment in Paterson. Development is not a money-making process and leave it to the people and businesses to succeed or fail mentality. Development is investing on skillful people in the right location to succeed and be sustainable through the best of times and the worst of times in the city of Paterson. People of Paterson, you are the solution. Bring out your skills and creative business plans and seek the right space to ensure progress, growth, and sustainability. Or support incoming skilled and visionary people and companies. Because with the right visionary intention and skillful people with a mission, a building or property will in turn generate lasting jobs and become a magnet destination. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Here is Daniel Mejia.
Hello.
State your name, please. Thank you.
My name is Daniel Mejia, and I am the CEO of Silk City One. Today, I just released the SilkCity1.com page, where you could sign the initiative petition for a recall referendum. That's based on if you feel that the council member is not doing their job, then you could vote them out of office. But at the same time, do you have somebody that could step up and take their position? It's not just about removing, and we have to understand that we, as a community, must improve altogether. We can't just set the blame on the council members because within the city, you have people that throw away their garbage, even if it's a gum wrap. You throw it in the street instead of putting it in your pocket. You're contributing to the mess. So we got to work together at the end of the day. And that's all for today. Feel free to check out SilkCity1.com or visit our Facebook page for more info. That's it.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is A. Robertson.
Good evening.
Please state your name.
Good evening. God bless you all. God bless you all.
God bless you all.
This is going to be real quick. I just want to point out that on the address 26-34th North 9th Street, there I went to a zoning meeting on March 27. There was a proposed demolition of an existing two-family house to build a 12-unit dwelling. And some of the specs were 5 two-bedrooms, 3 one-bedrooms, and I don't know where the other bedrooms fit in at, but I did some calculation and basically providing parking for 24 vehicles, okay? So with doing the calculation, and this is my guesstimation, that's to say if the 5-bedroom units went for $2,000 and the 3-bedroom unit, the 3 one-bedroom unit went for $1,500. The 2,000 unit at, 7 units, because there's 12 units, okay, but I don't know where the other rooms were, the calculation of the other bedrooms. So that's to say 7 two-bedroom units, that's to say calculation at $2,000, my calculation $10,000 a month. The other 5 one-bedroom unit, 14,000, excuse me, 7,500 a month, total being 21,000 a month. The year, 252,000. So I said to the person, the prospective buyer, what if someone could not afford and they bring an additional person into all of those 12 units? You're talking about 12 additional cars, and where are those cars going to go? Now this demolition is supposed to happen, well, I think it was denied, right past Oxford, the park on Oxford Street, Common Field, okay? So now with that being said, we're talking about parking accommodation, household size, and if other members had to be added to the dwelling because of affordability in terms of rent, okay? And with that being said, this is the type of demolition or construction that impedes our city already. We got dwellings going up on Mary Street, which is right across from St. Joe's ER. We got 2 dwellings going up on Marshall Street, right past Barclay Street going towards Main Street, and we got the dwelling going up on Levine Street. Parking, envision the parking there. Which is flooding our streets, our street corners, our corners. We're talking about ADA walkways impeding, okay? And what's going to happen, the weather is getting warm, they're gonna hold the constituents responsible and start imposing parking tickets, violations, which is unfair. The other thing is just one more thing, I waited a couple hours. The other concern is, why do our vendors have to display their furniture outside of the stores on Main Street? That is not necessary. We already know what the stores are selling. That is not necessary.
Against the law.
The city already looks at that.
Thank
The other thing, East Railroad Ave, right before 21st Ave, there's a food truck that's out there every single day. My question is, how is that allowed? And where's hand washing? How is that occurring? Okay, it's been out there for years. The other important thing is this afternoon, this evening, after 5 o'clock, 2 children on a mini scooter, young boys. I'm going down towards Broadway. They're going up towards Market Street in the middle of the road. He was riding that scooter as if he was just coming off a training wheel, and he had a passenger on the back. That's a safety concern.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Deborah Hannibal. State your name, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Deborah Hannibal, taxpayer, Paterson, New Jersey. Congratulations to the new BA. You have your work cut out for you. Let's see, where will I begin? If residents were given more than 3 minutes to speak, here are some of the issues I would bring to your attention. I would talk about the importance of attending planning and zoning meetings. Where are the schools? Where is the CFO? Where are the recreation centers? What did we do with the $63 million? I won't talk about the retroactive pension withholdings that were taken from my paycheck in 2022, that as recent as yesterday, I spoke to pensions and was told that the city of Paterson has not yet sent the money over because the first quarter of 2025 has closed. So I won't talk about that. I won't talk about the senseless shootings because I don't have enough time. I will not bring up the fact that people that you voted for and you placed in these seats told you tonight that they're going to take away the list if you drive around 5 or 6 or 7 times like I did last week and could not find parking, and you call someone and ask them to put your name on the list, they're acting like you're stealing time. This is not a time clock. This is the public wanting to have their concerns addressed, but I don't have enough time to talk about that. I will not bring up the fact that it's being reported that over $4 million was returned for affordable housing in a town where people are complaining because they can't afford the rents here, and that we see people living on the streets that are unhoused. I don't have time to talk about that. I won't talk about the deafening silence when a council person got up out of their seat, and I was home that night, but I heard the word gun, and I saw that councilman put his hands on a police officer, but I didn't hear the mayor call for the resignation of that person. I don't have time to talk about that. I don't know why Councilman Velez, and I'm going to just go over 30 seconds, was so upset about hearing, and the BA will attest to this. This is a civil service employer, the city of Paterson. Why he was so upset about hearing that every job description that civil service puts out says must have the ability to read, write, speak, understand, and communicate in English. That's every position, even bilingual positions. But what I came here tonight to talk about was that, and it's kind of too late, that this is the last day to register to vote. You do have until 11:59 p.m. to do that. And please vote. Vote in every election because your vote matters. When people that you put in position tell you that you can't sign up to speak at a public meeting, and when the mayor holds a virtual budget meeting where there was no public portion, something is terribly wrong. The cover-up is bigger than what you can see.
Thank you.
So
Speaker,
I
Madam
don't
Clerk.
have time to talk about that.
One second, Council President. Didn't this person already speak? This person right here. I'm sorry, Council President, but I'm thinking that someone signed twice. They did.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of people
Yeah.
that are on the list, but they left because
yes.
they came to address other
The next
matters.
speaker is Tessie Cushton. I'm not sure if that's the right pronunciation.
Left.
Okay. The next speaker is Councilman Bill McCoy. You left? Okay.
Left.
The next speaker is Audrey Sterling. William Carrington McCoy.
Left.
Okay. Mariella Sexton.
Left.
Okay.
Came for the Peruvian.
Chappie. I'm not sure the last name.
Left.
Okay. Chappie.
Next speaker.
Guillermo Garcia.
Left.
Left. Okay. Javier Carlos.
Left.
Kimmy Freeman.
Okay.
Before I start, I just want to apologize. I came in here
State your name, please. I'm
and
sorry.
everything, but you guys had a lot of people up here. That's why I didn't sign it. But anyway, thank you for granting me to speak. First of all, I want to congratulate that young man who went to Harvard, who's going to Harvard.
Yeah.
I'm a former teacher. I've sent kids to Ivy League schools also, right here at Panther Academy. All right? So I know education is very important. What I liked about that kid was he said he didn't do it by himself. He said he had his family, he had his community, and he got 2 council people right here that know this kid ever since he came up. That's what he taught, unity, and that's calling people to expect their kids to excel. I want to thank Councilman Udit, who has invited me to tutor some of those kids. All right? I tutor calculus. I was an engineering student. So I know, and I was a good student when I was in college and high school. So I know with these kids, our expectations, see, in certain communities, they expect their kids to BA students. At PCC, and Marissa knows this, most of those international students, Bangladesh, African, Palestinian, those kids are top students. When I walk in that college, I see them studying together. When I see my people, I see them playing video games. I see them doing everything else. I worked at School 6 twice. And believe me, it was the lowest achieving school in the nation in the 90s. So we designed programs. Dr. Fulmore let us do all kind of programs. And I got a student here who was one of my witnesses. I keep saying about Project 2000. Why? It's proactive. I have criticized other organizations who address things. Oh, the violence happened. Oh, this kid got stabbed. Oh, this kid got shot. Why? I'm gonna tell you why. There's no black man in the black household. If we don't have unity in our home, we're gonna have unity. The failure of black kids is because the failure of black men stepping up as fathers, husbands, and mentors. I have created so many mentoring programs, and I gave you my resume. There's nothing on earth I haven't done in this area. But Brother Udit, Brother Khalid are the only two people who asked me to help their community learn. When I was at School 6, I did this pull-out program for testing. We test our kids in 3rd grade, 4th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade. I worked under Loretta Coles, who was the testing coordinator. I learned everything about these tests. I had to pull those kids out to pass the tests. And there's no test on earth I can't pass. And I grew up on Governor Street without a father and everything else. It can be done, but we have to do more.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
You know what I'm saying? I'm a retired educator. You guys are not using us. I'll work for free.
Thank
if
you.
I was a council person, I'll work for free and give all my money away to scholarships. Nobody can say that. I can't, and people know I'm broke, but I'm not broken.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, the next speaker is Brian Russo. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Brian Russo. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I was born in Paterson, went to William Paterson University, Passaic County University, worked in Paterson. I'm proud to be from Paterson, but I didn't know that Paterson was the home of the labor movement. So Paterson was the first industrial city. Paterson workers were treated like trash, and they started the labor movement. And I heard somebody say before that there might be a race war. I don't believe that. There's one group of people that is destroying America. That's billionaires. So I heard a lot of people say a lot of negative things about this council. I don't think they're true. I don't really know. But I'm gonna give you, I came here with an opportunity to give you all a layup. This is an opportunity to represent the people of Paterson, because the people of Paterson are victims. Our ruling class are dumping their trash in Paterson. Methane, natural gas is poison. The fossil fuel industry knew the impact of burning fossil fuels since the 60s. They covered it up, they lied, they spread misinformation. It worked. All the particulate matter in the atmosphere causes all our storms to be more destructive. It's affecting our health, and we're paying for it with our lives, and we're paying for it with the cleanup. So I became a climate activist when I realized that I was most likely going to die because of climate change or climate-related events. And as the emissions continue to rise, and as temperatures continue to rise, it's affecting our health. Cost of living is going up, life expectancy is dropping, and right now we have billionaires that are grasping for power, hoarding resources, and limiting our civil rights. But legislation was introduced. There's over 30 states that have Climate Superfund Act, and basically what they are is charging the fossil fuel industry for their methane and their pollution. The idea is for the big oil industry, the big oil polluters, to pay, and it's only a small percentage of their profits. It's less than 1% of their profits, and what that does is that money goes into what they call a super fund, and that money is used to provide relief to communities that need it, such as cleaning up the methane emissions. When they have fossil fuel power plants and they lease public lands, they leave the public land and they leave that mess right there, destroying the environment, destroying the ecosystems, affecting our health. So other climate activists ask me, how come nobody in Paterson is doing anything? How come nobody's doing anything? Y'all got a very difficult job. I feel bad for you. I was happy to see BLM here before because I know that they're the only group in this area and they're focused on crisis prevention. Nobody's worried about the climate crisis, but it's not something that's happening in the future, it's something that's happening now. So I'm asking y'all to sign a resolution in support of the New Jersey Climate Superfund Act, and that's to make the biggest polluters, the oil industries, set aside some money to clean up our communities, because we as taxpayers, we shouldn't have to deal with the rising cost of living. It should be those that knew that they were responsible. So I was here a month ago, I gave the information to you all. I know you got your hands, I know you're very busy, but I'm asking you to vote in support of this resolution to make history and join the rest. Now, Paterson was the leader of the labor movement. Paterson should be involved in this movement right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Next speaker is Connie Watson.
Madam Clerk, how many?
State your name.
How many
It's
more
the last speaker?
Last speaker.
Connie Watson.
Good evening.
I'm here because I come to apologize for last week. I'm the one that Kimmy Black was just talking about. Okay, last week when I was here, I came to support the young lady that had something to do with Valles. Y'all know me from the past, and I came here with my neighbor problems, which they moved out, and that been settled. So I just came here to support the girl. I'm sitting over here, minding my business. Kimmy come and sit right here in the front row. Turn her face looking at me. That's why I pulled out my phone and recorded and took a picture of her, because she stuck her middle finger up at me for no reason. Now, when she mentioned a glizzy, which is a hot dog for those that don't know, last summer they had a so-called community cookout, which I have messages saying that was only for her and her family, which Corey attended too. And they mentioned alcohol. They had gallons of Hennessy and all that stuff in the park with kids when they didn't even feed the rest of the kids. So the problem was with the hot dogs is that I told her that I had high blood pressure, and they tried, it was jerk chicken on my plate, and I couldn't eat that. So I just wanted another hot dog to substitute for the chicken. So she made a big thing out of that. That was a problem. So like I said, the hot dog ain't had nothing to do with it. I came to support the girl, and I had the problem with her, but if y'all go back and watch the video, I said to her that I was assaulted and she laughed at me. So I'm at Ethan's Diner like a month and a half ago, and a guy that sell drugs downtown, been sexually harassing me when I go down there and eat breakfast. Kimmy found out because I put it on Facebook, to embarrass the guy. I put it on Facebook. She made it her business to come downtown and laugh with the drug dealers. And I caught a little bit, I got a little bit on video. So that's why I was upset. I came to support the girl. I'm sitting over here minding my business. She comes to sit in front of me, which I never see her sit on the side. And then she turned her face going like this, like looking at me. And then I said, you could stick that finger up your butt. I don't want to curse tonight, but I told her, I said, you could stick that finger up your butt, and then that's when I took the picture. So now she's saying that she pressed charges on me for what? As you can see, she's the drama and the problem. She come down here yelling at y'all.
It's not my fault. None of this is not my fault.
Thank you.
She said I'm harassing her. I'm not harassing her. I have text messages. I have messages saying that she said that I haven't bothered her ever since the cookout. She said, this lady haven't said nothing to me since the cookout. So how is I'm harassing her? I never said nothing to this lady. The only problem we had from was last week when I took a picture of her sticking her middle finger up at me for no reason. And for the spit, that's why she signed a complaint against me, because she knows she was wrong on camera for jumping at me and threatening that she was, when she see me outside, she was gonna fight me. Now back to the spit. The light-skinned guy that you see me took his number. When me and him entered this building, he was sitting right here last week. Of course, if somebody say spit, they're gonna jump out the way. Nobody jumped out the way because I never said spit. She doing that to have that against me because she knows she was wrong. She jumping at me for no reason.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I have the guy is my witness. That's why I took his number. If you see on camera, I took his number before he left. Because he said I didn't say nothing like that, so she's lying on me, and it's wrong. And it's sad that she mentioned God in her whole thing. And like I said, they is so full of crap. They pull people's stories to build their egos. Yes, I did say that.
Yeah, thank you. Good night. Let's motion to close, Madam Clerk. Moved by Councilwoman Davila.
Council President.
Second by
Council
Councilman
President.
Les.
Once again, Council President, you pulled the list. There's people who were here well before the list, or we closed the public portion, who desired to speak. Is there anybody who was denied opportunity to sign the list? There you have it.
No, not. Let's continue the motion to close. There was a motion to close. There was.
He's not a what?
There was a motion to. There was a motion to close, and this is what happened. This is what happened. This is what happened. This is what happened. I would definitely love for a minute for us to try to just conduct this meeting without just sir, just a minute. Not just a minute. Well, if you're screaming, we're not gonna be able to understand each other. No, you're not asking me a question. You're screaming. I will answer to you back. If you need to speak, do you address the clerk? No, we're not going nowhere like that. Do you address the clerk to ask the name on the list? Yes or no? No. No, the paper is not there until 9 o'clock. At what time you came in? At what time you arrived? We took the paper around 7:45 out, and we gave it to the clerk. And Mr. Freeman, let me speak, sir. Sir, let me speak respectfully. No, I'm not gonna. Okay, so we continue the motion to close the public portion. That's fine. Motion to close, Madam Clerk.
Move.
It was moved by Councilman. It was moved by Councilman Davila, second by Councilman Le. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion.
Roll call to close the public portion.
Yes, roll call to close the public portion.
First of all, point of order, Council President.
No point of order. We're roll call.
You don't just get to say no point of order. Again, that's not how this works.
Roll call to close the public portion.
Point of order.
There's no point of order.
Point of order.
No point of order. We're in roll call.
There is no such thing as
Madam
no
Clerk,
point
we're
of
in
order.
roll call. We have all the items on the agenda to take
point
care.
of order is always the privilege of the council at any
it's
point
not.
in time.
So we're in roll call.
We are in roll call,
and this
to
is what happened.
address-
This is what happened
you need to
last
address
week.
the point of
Last
order.
week we have. Listen, the problem is like you try to instigate so much. People that knows me as council president, I'm the most flexible council president here, and my council colleagues are a weakness. Last week, from 30 speakers, we went to 47 speakers. We left at 2:30 in the morning, which is okay with me. I have no problem. Kenny Friedman came in. He addressed me. He addressed the clerk. I asked him, please add it to the list. I asked the gentleman respectfully, do you address the clerk? Because if you want to speak, you could get close to the clerk. I don't deny nobody. And he comes so aggressively with me, try to get into an altercation. I'm not here to get into. Listen, you know my main job. I'm speaking, sir. My main job is to conduct city business, Paterson. If you want to have a discussion with me, we can
A
have
resident
this sidebar.
is city
it's
business.
to conduct city business, not
A
to
resident
not to
desiring to speak.
not to address you. We're
A
roll
resident
call,
that's
Madam Clerk.
desiring to speak
We
is
are
city
roll call, Madam
business.
Clerk. We are roll call.
Oh, but city business is dancing in somebody's basement
We are roll call.
that somebody
yeah,
gets murdered at, right? But that's
Yeah.
city business.
Madam Clerk, roll call,
City
please.
business is allowing somebody to sell alcohol in your ward, but that's city business. Here, member of the public is here
Yeah, just
asking
keep
to
talking.
speak.
Madam Clerk,
The
roll
point
call,
of
Madam
order
Clerk.
is the list is never taken
Well,
down
Tiffany.
prior to the public portion being open. You opened the public portion at 11:45, but you confiscated the list at 7 o'clock. So
Wrong.
therefore, what the resident is saying, he normally would not have to address the clerk unless he walks in after the public portion started. But he did not, because you confiscated the list and you gave the clerk instructions not to allow people to sign up, because when I went and asked her, she said you told her not to allow people to sign up.
The problem is, I don't like to tell you, but you're such a liar that there was 4 other members of the community that came and they signed into the list. You were such a liar, and you so concentrating to get into an argument with me.
What am I lying
yes,
about?
No, you
What am I lying
are.
about?
Listen, Kenny
Am
Freeman,
I lying
3 other
that you
gentlemen.
added 5 people to the list that you was chastised by another council person
No,
to do that?
absolutely. Listen,
So
absolutely.
you didn't
Madam
add,
Clerk,
you
we're
didn't
roll
add
call.
the first 5 names to the list.
You're
before
wasting.
today.
You're wasting your
I'm
time.
asking you a question.
Now, I'm not answering you the
Did you
question.
not add?
We're roll
Did
call,
you
Madam
not
Clerk.
add the first 5 names to the list?
No, I'm not. That was me. Let's check my handwriting. I don't do that. And the
Councilwoman.
clerk's my witness.
You didn't have a discussion with
The
him
clerk's
about
my
adding 5
witness.
people to
I
the
don't
list?
do that.
Did he not add 5 people to the list? Is that
Ask the
why the
clerk.
list was pulled?
I would never add anybody to the list. You could check my handwriting.
That's
so
what I'm
that's,
saying.
That's insane.
He's saying he did not add it. He's
That's
saying he
it.
didn't write it there.
No, you could check my handwriting. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. After the meeting, to give it to Councilman Jackson and check my handwriting. I don't do that. I don't need to do that. Listen, this is the
one member
people's
of the
house.
public
This is the people's
that's
house, and I
requesting to
open the
speak.
floor to
How is
everybody.
it the people's house and you're denying someone from the public the
Madam Clerk,
opportunity to speak?
There's a motion on the floor, and I'm ready to close the public portion.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam Clerk, I think that you maybe need to clear this up. You arrived here what time? 10 o'clock? What time did you arrive here? Like 10 o'clock. Madam Clerk, what time did you pick up the list? Madam Clerk, what time was the list picked up? 7:45, 8 o'clock? So what time was it picked up? 8:15 the list was picked up. Madam Clerk, the council president put 5 names on the list?
Council President? No. Did he put
I'm asking you a question.
Did he put 5 names on the list?
Yes.
No, he did not.
So Councilman Jackson, you saying that he put 5 names on the list? No, so you're saying, Madam Clerk,
The
nobody...
council president didn't request for those 5 names to be added to the list that Councilwoman Davila challenged?
No.
Did the council president request for 5 names to be placed on the list or not?
My apologies, Councilman Jackson. I think there's a misunderstanding. I said when we were in a finance meeting, we came to speak to the Madam Clerk. At that time, it was still not time for the public to come upstairs. There were already 5 names written, and I said, who wrote those names? And I respectfully asked our clerk to remove that page because there was no one here and no one should be privy to be able to call somebody and have their names added at 5:30. And so at that time, Madam Clerk removed the page, opened up, and at the time when everyone came upstairs, because when I got here at 6, there were people downstairs. Then she removed it and she put the sign-in sheet a little before 7 o'clock.
And if I may, Council President, we added those names to the end of the list. They were included. We just didn't put them at the beginning.
Okay.
Roll call, Madam Clerk,
Madam
please.
Clerk, who
Please.
requested for the names to be added to begin
We already
with?
roll call. It's
added? I don't
11:45.
The 5 names that Councilwoman Davila pulled up the form, who requested for those names to be added?
No one requested. I just put them at the end of the list.
I'm talking about when it was at the beginning of the list. How did they get in the beginning of the list?
I don't know, Council President. They were just there.
And just for the public, because I do apologize to our viewers at home. This council meeting is televised. We are roll call, but let me just explain. In the beginning of the meeting, before 6 o'clock, there was 4 or 5 names on the list. We don't know how those names appear. They might saw the list and they sign name. Councilwoman Davila noticed. I noticed. We correct the problem. I don't know who put those names on. And as I mentioned before, I'm extremely open. This is the people's house.
Right.
All I want is people to be respectful to the chamber. Just don't come here like acting like the way you don't know. Your people know the process. I'm very flexible. From 30, we went to 47 last Tuesday. Today, we added 5 more people, and we open the meeting at 7. We take the list at 8:15. So we give you enough time for you to come to the chamber, add your name on the list, because we don't want to turn nobody in. And even though right after that, I allow people to speak, because I want to hear my community. So, Madam Clerk, we're on roll call. Motion to close. No. Yeah, we're roll call. So, Madam Clerk, we call it the roll. We pass by Councilman Cotton. Please.
Madam Clerk, first of all, from last week, you should have made an announcement that we're picking the list up at 7:15, 8:15, 7:30. You make an announcement the week before. We're picking up the list. And if you come in after 8 o'clock, you're not going to be able to speak. You make the announcement. That's what you do. No announcement was made, and it should have been made. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, the announcement should have been made, and it wasn't. My vote is no. Well, go ahead. Like, I'm just saying, well, you know, I be in a lot of meetings. And if that board is picked up, nobody comes in after that can sign in. It shouldn't be anyhow. But no announcement was made last week that after 8:15, you cannot sign in. If you come in after 8:15, you cannot speak. That needed to be announced last week. That's all I'm saying.
If I may, Council President.
That's it.
I wasn't instructed to make an announcement. I don't know.
No, I
anything about
voted
that.
no.
I wasn't instructed to make any kind of announcement.
Okay. I'm just explaining why my no vote is.
Okay.
So he got to make that announcement when he closed the meeting.
Okay, roll call to close the public portion. Councilwoman Cotton.
I said no.
Councilwoman Davila.
With all of the discussion that we had back and forth, a young man could have spoken for 3 minutes. But I am going to say this, okay? There's a process that's in place that has been, I'm going on 12 years here. There's always a sign-in sheet, and it is up to the council president who's presiding the meeting to give a concession to someone that has come after the list has been taken. It's been done. He did it last week. He just said it a few times. When Madam Clerk read, Council President asked how many speakers, she said 31. We ended up with 47. He gave the concession to those to come and to be able to speak. So I'm just saying there is a process, and yes, Madam Clerk said it correct. Madam Clerk doesn't do anything unless the president, okay, or a council member requests something, but it is through the chair. We have to, even when we speak, we have to say Council President. It is Robert's Rules of Order, and there should be a level of respect. I may not agree with things with the Council President. I may have, you know, disagreements, but for the most part, I take them behind closed doors, and I'll let people know, don't matter who it is. When we come to the council, we do have to have a certain level of respect amongst each other, and unfortunately, sometimes that's not the case. There was a lot said today, and you know, I'm not going to even touch base on all of the speakers here today. I just want to thank the community. I am going to apologize. I will be removing myself, as Passaic County Community College has 2 graduations. And I have been working every day, very late, and so it is almost midnight. So, Council President, if we're able to finish this closing before midnight, I can stay for another 15 minutes, but if not, I'm letting the community know that I'm going to have to step out. With that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, there's something called common practice, or the practices, and one of the people who was phenomenal in pointing this out was Jane Warren. Nobody knew the parliamentary procedure better than Ms. Jane Warren. And when the council adopts what's called the common practices of the council, that's what we move by. Every single meeting, the list remains there until the public portion is open. Now, for whatever reason, maybe it's because he's in the hot seat because he's been on video partying in illegal basements, that he's going around telling everybody that he's here to stop the illegal activity, And then when somebody loses his life, he actually should be charged as an accomplice. And so should the owner of that house, where somebody was gunned down at an illegal bar party that's going on every single day, not even just on the weekends. But he comes here and callously denies an opportunity for the member of the public to speak. He doesn't even understand the process. When someone calls for a point of order, the point of order must be answered. All you got to do is just watch TV, just watch YouTube. You can figure that out. You don't even have to read. It was our venture that reading is not fundamental around here. But let's talk about the blatant disrespect to the public. The blatant disrespect to the public. Ms. Tia Holloway, another member of the 3rd Ward, who was carjacked in front of her house, right across the street where this killing took place. You know, the amount of crime that's taking place here, why these people sit here and act as if they're doing something spectacular. And it's very simple. Allow the members of the public to speak. That's it. It's not that hard to do. But they don't want to face the music. That's the reason why he pushed this thing on all the way to 11 o'clock before he allowed the public portion to take place. But yet, you have all this illegal activity going on while he's taking part in it. Taking a part in it. Yeah, I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will.
No, public, we're
sure he
closing the public portion. There's no more speaker allowed. Please, no.
Clearly.
Please continue, Councilman Jackson.
I am continuing.
Please.
Nobody asked you to interrupt. We clearly see this man stumbling on the video. Clearly see him strike a vehicle, running a red light. Clearly seen on video. When asked on the news conference, was he intoxicated? Oh, absolutely not. These two are clear, blatant liars. That's all they are. He's calling me a liar. He can't point out one lie. Last week I said, if there's anyone that could point out one lie, and all you heard was crickets in the room. Just one lie. Prove a lie. Don't say I'm a liar. Tell me what I'm lying about. Tell me what I'm lying about. All of the contracts that we vote on for people to continue to get pay increases and favors while the communities continue to suffer. Like, listen, X, all I tell you is take it for what it is. Take it for what it is and make sure you go out and you allow people to understand what kind of treatment you're getting from your government. The same people that claim, oh, my brother, I'm all for you. But yet when you come to the podium to express yourself, you're received with callous behavior. Every single person that comes to the podium at minute 3, next speaker, not one thing is answered to. Years ago, you would never pass over the next speaker without having their concerns answered to. Tell me one person who's gotten one concern answered to since he's been the council president. Name one. He can't name one. Because every single speaker that comes to the microphone is skipped over. Their concerns are pushed over. And you know what I'm going to do tonight? Tonight it's going to be a lengthy one. What is it called at Congress? I'm sure you can help me. Yeah, we're going to have a wonderful filibuster tonight. And I want to see who's going to dare me to stop. Because, see, this is the kind of disrespect that they pass on to the community. I mean, all you got to do is go to my page. You'll see the video. This man partying in somebody's basement right next to a bar. People drinking. And then somebody comes out. Did he mention one time the person that lost their life and the party that he was attending to? Not once. Where's the respect for life for that? Where's the respect for life for that? How about the young man that was in the passenger vehicle that now has a fractured vertebrae from this dude, from them partying together, as a matter of fact? And listen, we all know they're both mayor candidates. If you want another dancing mayor, all you got to do is look right there. If you want another mayor that's going to come to your barbecues and do the cha-cha slide, all you got to do is look right there. You want another mayor that's going to BS you and lie to you, come and dance at your party, come to your baby's bar mitzvah, eat all the food up, and then when you have a concern, turn you away from the microphone. Who else does that? The mayor we currently have. If you have an issue with him and you want to address some of his concerns, the dude don't take your phone call any longer. He blocks you on Facebook. This is what you're going to get right here. As he's calling you brother. The disrespect. The disrespect. We went through we had a presentation for almost 40 minutes to an hour. And then he's going to try to deny me the opportunity to see. X, you're going to have to go back and watch the video and watch how I had to chastise him. Watch how I had to correct him because he doesn't even understand where his authority lies. See, sometimes people get these positions and they feel like they're bigger than life. And everything he does revolves around the fact that he's a councilman. He walks to a policeman's vehicle, oh, council president, council. Listen, when that rings out bigger than your name, then you realize the people in the wrong place at the wrong time doing the wrong job that they should not be accountable to doing. And that's just the truth. That's the facts. Because not only did he not hold his fellow council person accountable for being intoxicated, for leaving that party intoxicated, for drinking and driving, for striking the vehicle, not only did he not hold them accountable, what does he do? He goes in somebody else's house where they're promoting these basement parties all throughout his ward, and then somebody lost their life. You would think he would be courageous enough to show up? If I'm lying, let's see if he goes to that funeral. Let's see if he attends that funeral of that person who was gunned down. He's not. He's not. He won't be welcome there. He will not be welcome there. That's a guarantee. And if that's a lie, I would hope he would post that on his page.
Members of the public, please. So we continue the public portion. Please, where is Madam Clerk? Please continue the public portion. The roll call, please continue the roll call.
It was
Councilman Kalik is next.
5 months, 5 days, 5 weeks. It's an illegal party going on in somebody's basement, taking up parking spaces in somebody's neighborhood.
Okay. Hey, don't worry, man.
They don't have parties,
council members,
where they promoting
council members,
DJs
Madam Clerk,
from the radio station.
Can we put the 2-minute
where
rule
there's flyers and they're charging for alcohol? You want to see the flyers? Oh, okay. Councilwoman Cotton wants to see the flyers. So, you want to see the video too?
Stay tuned, council members.
Stay tuned. Yeah,
we just try to finish. We got 6 more items.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it. He says these are the flyers from 5 months ago. Flyers with named DJs coming down to do these parties where somebody loses their life in someone's house. Mr. BA, this is the responsibility of yours now. These parties. And let's get to the video where the councilman is having a wonderful time. Oh, we definitely want to see it. Don't worry, it's here. Oh, here we go. And look who's that. Look at that familiar face.
Madam Clerk, council members, Madam Clerk, can we continue the roll call? Yes, we have to because it's midnight. It's midnight, so that's.
Raphael, can you zoom in here, please? Can you zoom in here, please, Raphael?
Yes, please continue the public portion. I got it. Nah, not for now.
Let's see what we talking about 5 months ago.
Councilman, Madam Clerk, can you continue roll call? This is what we're getting. This is what we're getting.
We're continuing. I'm still going.
Madam Clerk. Rafael, let's take 5-minute break, Rafael. Rafael.
Why, you don't want to see, you don't want the
Stay
public to see
5-minute
you
break.
dancing?
Yeah, let's
you
take
don't want
5-minute
the public
break.
to see you dancing?
Thank you.
You don't want the public to see you dancing?
No, you don't. I could dance for you if you want.
Yo, he does. He drops it like it's hot, like a little whore. He drops it like it's hot, like a little whore, promoting parties in people's basement.